Laura, why am I'm only seeing three of us. I'm seeing the chair and Lester Barkley, but I'm not seeing any of the other members.
Yeah, I think only
Oh,
we are on camera, but they're starting to come
okay,
in. Yes.
okay.
I'll
I
give
was
them a few
always thinking
seconds.
something is going wrong.
No, they are right on time. Okay, I think we'll get started. Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10:01. As many of you may know, the governor has recently signed Public Act 101-0640, making certain amendments to the Open Meetings Act so that we, along with other boards and commissions, can continue to host virtual meetings during this COVID-19 public health emergency, provided that certain conditions are met. One of those conditions is that I, as head of the Chicago Plan Commission, determined that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. I want to make sure our virtual meeting meets all the conditions of the Open Meetings Act as amended. Therefore, I am making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 7E2 of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission is not practical nor prudent. Similarly, I am also making a determination pursuant to the newly created Section 7E5 that because of the disaster as declared by the governor, it is unfeasible for at least one member of the Chicago Plan Commission or its chief administrative officer or its chief legal officer to be physically present at the meeting place in as much as there is no physical meeting place. Before we get into the full meeting agenda for the March 16, 2023 Chicago Plan Commission meeting, I would like to ask everyone that because we are meeting virtually, please be mindful of your surroundings in terms of noise. Please remember to keep yourself muted when you're not speaking. The meeting is being recorded and also live streamed for public viewing. Lastly, if you are an active participant in the meeting, especially if you're speaking, please do not watch the live stream as this will cause audio interference. Thank you. I also want to provide guidance quickly to those who have pre-registered to provide testimony on the cases presented for public hearing today. Those who requested to testify at the Plan Commission today should have already submitted testimony forms, which included the speaker's full name and address, as well as the public hearing item number, and those forms have been gathered by the staff. I would also like to remind our presenters to please be mindful of their presentation length and to please stay on point in a concise and efficient manner so as to respect the time of all in attendance. Out of respect for others, speakers should please limit your comments to 3 minutes. When your name is called, your microphone will be unmuted to allow you to make your comments. Please attempt to refrain from repeating comments that have already been made by previous speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting is not a question and answer session of the staff or the applicant, but an opportunity for attendees to voice their opinions on a particular proposal. Out of respect for others, please do not interrupt or disrupt the speakers. Any individual who disrupts the presentation or any subsequent comment session may be muted and removed from the virtual hearing session. We will now call the roll. Commissioner Barkley? I believe you're muted, Commissioner.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett? Not here yet. Commissioner Cox?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is here. Commissioner Garza?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Lightfoot? Not here. Commissioner Lyons? I believe she is absent today. Commissioner Murphy? Commissioner Murphy, we were not able to hear you. If you want to try that
Here.
again. Thank you.
Here.
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you. Commissioner Novara? Not here. Okay. Commissioner Osterman? Not here. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes? Not here. Commissioner Soto?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Esposato? Not here. Commissioner Tillman?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney? Commissioner Tunney, I see you're on, but I can't hear you. Okay, we'll come back to you. Commissioner Villegas? Not here. Commissioner Wagensback? Okay, not here. Let's see. Next, we will now approve the minutes from the February 16, 2023 regularly scheduled Plan Commission meeting. The minutes were distributed prior to today's hearing. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the regularly scheduled meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission held on February 16, 2023?
So move, Biagi.
Thank you. Motion by Biagi, second.
Carreño.
Thank you. Second by Escareño. Roll call vote on the minutes. Commissioner Barclay.
Abstain.
Okay, abstain. Commissioner Biagi, can you confirm?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfield.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett. Don't think he's made it in yet. Okay, Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño.
That was yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores, I also abstain. Commissioner Garza.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney. Not hearing him yet. Okay. Commissioner Villegas. I think he's made it in. Okay. And Wagensback. No. Okay. Motion passes. We have one item for which we're seeking a deferral today. That item is D2, the Red Line Extension Transit Supportive Development Plan. Do I have a motion to defer item D2 to a future Plan Commission hearing date?
So moved by Barclay.
Thank you. Motion by Barclay. Do I have a second motion?
Second by Garza.
Thank you. Okay, we will now call roll. Barclay was the motion. Thank you. Commissioner Biagi.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Commissioner Burnett is here.
I hear you, Commissioner Burnett. Thank you. Commissioner Escareño.
Yes.
Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza, can you confirm?
Confirm, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney. Still can't hear you. Motion passes. So the item will be deferred. We will now take public testimony for the items remaining on the agenda today. If you have signed up to speak on items D2, which was deferred, you're welcome to do so, or to hold your comments to the future Plan Commission hearing at which that item appears. We have received speaking forms from 14 individuals today for items on today's agenda. The first speaker is Ms. Sarah Wilson to speak on item D1. The second speaker is Mr. Alec Schreckner, also to speak on item D1. The third speaker is Mr. Matthew Bragg, also to speak on item D1. The fourth is Ms. Andrea Reed to speak on item D2. And the fifth speaker is Mr. Butler Adams on item D2. I think we'll start with those five and then we'll go on to the next few speakers. Miss Sarah Wilson, are you on?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. We can hear you. You can get started.
Wonderful. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Sarah Wilson. I'm the Executive Director of Uptown United and Uptown Chamber of Commerce. And Uptown United is the nonprofit community economic development organization that serves Chicago's Uptown neighborhood. And our organization supports the passage of the Clark Street Crossroads Corridor Study seeking approval today by the Chicago Plan Commission. Clark Street is truly crossroads, bridging many different wards, special service areas, chambers of commerce, and economic development organizations. Situated between Montrose and Foster, Clark Street has been on the periphery of development pressures for years. Since as early as 2018, Uptown United has reviewed an increasing number of development proposals in and along the Clark Street corridor. However, a lack of a cohesive vision for this corridor has posed challenges for each entity to provide support. In both 2018 and 2020, Uptown United advocated the Alder offices and DPD for an official planning effort funded by the Clark Street Montrose TIF. For nearly a year and a half, DPD has engaged a broad group of stakeholders through virtual and in-person meetings and community meetings to achieve what we have advocated for, a framework the many stakeholders can use to facilitate thoughtful, meaningful development along this diverse corridor. It is understood that a framework is a guide for future implementation and not definitive decisions. Uptown United views the Clark Street Crossroads Corridor Study as a critical first step in initiating much needed reviews for city policies. We were particularly encouraged to see, quote, increased predictability and consistency of project review and approval processes as main recommendations for the land use and economic development, with specific call outs to reviewing the pedestrian street design guidelines and neighborhood design guidelines, as well as examples of site development concepts. Since 2018, Uptown United has requested clear, consistent design and massing guidance that address shifts in development patterns, especially ground floor residential on commercial corridors. We were encouraged by the public input around desired density and aesthetics for new construction and renovation projects. These visual preferences are the first step in providing guidance as we continue to review projects in and near the Clark Street corridor. Our mission is to build a strong, unified business environment, facilitate economic development, and strengthen community, all to nurture a diverse, vibrant, thriving, and strong Uptown. The Clark Street Corridor Crossroads Corridor Study is the first and much needed step in helping us achieve our mission in collaboration with all of our neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Next, we have Mr. Alec. Are you on?
Chairwoman, I don't see Mr. Alec. There are two unknown phone numbers. If Mr. Alec is one of them, he can.
Hi there. This is Alex Schwengler. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commission members, thank you for taking my comment. I'm here today to share some exciting news with you. We are only a few weeks away from the birth of my first child. I know that may seem like a weird thing to bring up at a planning meeting, but bear with me while I connect the dots. A community plan like Clark Street Crossroads is about what our community will look like tomorrow, the next day, and for years to come. It's an expression of our values, and it's something we're building not just for ourselves, but for future generations. As my daughter grows up in this community, we'll see aspects of this plan brought to life. We'll see new homes built for new and existing residents. Maybe we'll live in one. Maybe my daughter's best friend will live in one. Or maybe she'll live in one when she becomes an adult so she can stay a part of this community. We'll see some new pedestrian features, raised crosswalks, plazas, outdoor seating. These upgrades will ensure that my daughter can safely navigate the neighborhood on foot, with us when she's young and by herself when she's older. We'll see some exciting transit upgrades like bus boarding islands. Maybe my daughter and I will use these as we wait for the bus home after getting lunch at the Middle East Bakery. And we'll see some exciting cycling safety measures like protected bike lanes. These mean that I'll be able to bike with my daughter to get lunch at our favorite sushi place, Gorilla Sushi. Or maybe my daughter will play baseball at Chase Park, and she can use these bike lanes to get to and from practice safely on her own, fostering that sense of independence that we all know is so important for kids. You know, as a resident, I'm excited about this plan because it will shape our neighborhood in positive ways as my daughter grows up. I'm proud that this plan ensures we'll have more housing for new residents, safer streets for pedestrians and cyclists, and that we will continue to be a vibrant neighborhood that is a great place to raise a family. Thanks for your time and for considering this plan. I hope that you will support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alec. Next, we have Mr. Matthew Bragg.
I don't see Mr. Matthew Bragg.
Okay, we'll go on to Miss Andrea Reed.
Not sure. No Andrea Reed either.
No, okay. The fifth speaker is Mr. Butler Adams.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I think this first one was for the red line extension. I know I heard that you all are deferring that, but I'll just speak a few words again as I did last month. I certainly think that this plan is a step in the right direction, but from looking at it, I think it is woefully under-densified and the zoning is too low. I would like to see a lot more density around these new transit stations. We're building like 5 miles of track and 4 separate stations at a cost of about $3 billion. So, you know, I'd like to see that actually be worth it. There needs to be a lot of development along these brand new stations. I know that there's like TIF for transit. That's how a lot of this is being funded, especially along the north side with the red line reconstruction. I'm wondering, I know there's a plan for like 95th Street, 1 mile east and one mile west of the 95th Street stop. That should be done for the 87th and 79th and 69th and 63rd and 55th, 1 mile east and one mile west. How can we densify around these transit stops, not just this extension, but all of them? So I think this is an opportunity to look at all transit lines and what's lacking and how we can get people back on the CTA, not only cleaning it up, but adding density around these stops. We're doing it along the Green Line in Fulton Market. We should be doing it along all these lines on the south side, north side, and west side. So I know this plan is a start, but I would like to see more density in the future. This past month in February, I was in both New York and Boston. If I'm in Boston and I take a T outside of the city, when I got off the train, I had 20-story buildings around me. This was the suburbs, not the city. So I think we can do better in these outer neighborhoods. 4 or 5 stories, that's okay, but I don't think that there will be an issue with going denser and taller. That's all I have for this one right now, and I'll have saved more for next month. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Butler Adams. The next 5 speakers are Mr. John Morrison to speak on item D1, Mr. Ethan Salzberg to speak on D1, Ms. Bonnie Sanchez Carlson to speak on item D2, then Mr. Butler Adams to speak on items D11. And the 10th speaker is Mr. Melvin Bailey to speak on item D7 and D8. Mr. John Morrison, are you on?
Yes, hello.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Great. Hello, everybody. My name is John Morrison. I'd like to express my gratitude to the Plan Commission for welcoming me to speak today. I'm here to express my enthusiastic support for item 1, the Clark Street Crossroads. My wife and I are homeowners on Greenview at Sunnyside, and the Clark Street corridor is almost literally my backyard. We bought this house in April, but we've lived along this neighborhood for more than a decade now. I'm not meaning to steal Alex's line here, but in May, my wife and I are expecting our first child. They will grow up along this corridor as their backyard. So you could say I've got a strong personal investment in this one. Over the last 10 years, we've seen Andersonville and Southport corridor boom with success while also being overrun with traffic, making the areas hostile and in some cases even deadly for pedestrians and cyclists. Meanwhile, the commercial properties along Clark from Montrose to Foster have struggled to stay in business. The plan for this corridor is thorough and comprehensive. It carefully balances the historic character of some of the buildings along Clark while adding much needed housing density. It prioritizes more than just cars by recognizing Clark as a vital corridor for buses and as the vital corridor for buses and bikes that it is. I firmly believe that the plan presented here today will help create a vibrant, thriving district that welcomes both families and businesses by seizing on the opportunities it represents. I believe we can connect Andersonville to the areas south of it and improve on it for generations to come to make a better and safer community for all. I urge the commission to approve this proposal, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Next, Mr. Ethan Salzberg.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, good morning. I am also speaking on Clark Street Crossroads, and I will keep my comments very brief. I would like to echo some of the support from previous speakers. I think the first thing that I want to highlight that really struck me about this plan is the amount of public outreach that has gone into it. I was able to fill out the survey like thousands of other residents and attend the in-person meetings, and I was impressed with the unexpected amount of feedback and the way that that was incorporated into this plan. So I want the Plan Commission to rest assured that the facets of this plan have been widely supported and refined by community input. The two things that strike me about this plan are the land use policies. I think the frontage in this area is very unique and should be built upon. And I think this plan has wonderful recommendations for how to use land that is currently undeveloped, vacant, or in need of rehab without affecting, existing businesses, homes, or historic frontages like the Issel building. The other aspect that I really admire is the public realm activations in this plan. I think, these little plazas or people plazas, as they might be called, on side streets are absolutely underrated opportunities to make attractive public space in a grid-shaped city like Chicago. And I think both the attention to outdoor dining and green infrastructure will make this corridor an even more attractive place to live and visit. The ideas in this plan might be bold, but I personally think that's exactly what this corridor needs in order to attract more businesses and residents to this area while keeping the character that makes it a wonderful neighborhood. So I urge you to support it, and I look forward to your vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Salzberg. Next, we have Ms. Bonnie Sanchez Carlson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. This is Bonnie Sanchez Carlson from the Near South Planning Board, and I was here for the second item, the red line, which has been deferred, so I can speak at it at a future hearing. But and although we do believe this is an important project and investment, we are concerned regarding the large parcels of land within the proposed boundary that wouldn't be available for any other TIF for 35 years, short of regulatory change. And we feel it's necessary for the city to address this concern with the affected property owners. I just wanted to state that and let it mull a little bit over there. But I am willing to come back and give my full testimony at a later time.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Carlson. The ninth speaker that we have signed up is Mr. Butler Adams again. Not sure if he would like to comment on items D11.
Now I did send in 5 separate sheets. So are we going in order?
I think so. I have you down for.
I did Drexel, I did 2 on 65th Street, and then I did 1234 Randolph. So I had 5. So are we going in order?
Chairwoman, you can read him his number from the script. I put him in order of the way I got his forms. I think this is D11.
D11, right? This is the 1234 West Randolph Street.
Okay, so I'll speak on that one for now. Again, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I want to say I am in support of the 1234 Randolph project. Honestly, I like the address number 2, but I think the design is pretty slick in terms of the tower. I saw this when this project went before the committee on design. They asked for a few changes, and the developers did that. Actually, the developers wanted that change in the first place, getting rid of a small plaza, and that brought down the parking from 4 floors to 3 floors. In regards of this particular proposal, I think the parking ratio is actually pretty good. It's pretty low compared to some other projects that are coming before this commission in the near future. I think it's like a roughly 0.3 ratio, so that's not bad at all. The only criticism that I have for this particular project right now is the immediate base. And once you all go through this project and go through the presentation, you'll see what I'm talking about in terms of the base. It's not bad, but you're gonna have 3 floors of blank screen wall for the parking. And this is along Randolph Street. And I wish there was a way that we can really encourage these developers to either at least put a floor underground. I know this is kind of a tight spot, or to line the parking with some type of active space. I know the site is, again, kind of constrained, so maybe the developers could not do this. So one proposal I have is when you all look at these renderings, certainly look at the renderings that show the base of the building, looking like northeast and northwest. You'll see this in between floors 1 and 2. I believe they're using like some terracotta. If the developers and architects are listening to me, is there any way that you all can design a planter box that runs linear along the facade of the building between floors 1 and 2, and perhaps plant some ivy in those planter boxes, and that ivy can climb up that lattice work that you all have that's hiding in the parking garage. And this way you all can create a green wall along the southern facade of the parking garage. It's going to get a decent amount of light. So perhaps you all can do this and plant I don't know, Boston ivy, flowering ivy, whatever, but something to kind of gussy that up. The building itself is nice, but I think we need to be careful about creating these blank facades, especially on streets like Randolph. So that's my only criticism. We are adding a lot of density in this area. There are 2 other projects just north of this. They're going to add a number of units and, unfortunately, a lot of parking. So I think this building is kind of a role model in terms of not shoving a whole lot of parking in a building that has a decent amount of density. And if Mr. Golub is listening to me, I am watching a lot of the stuff that you are doing in this area and downtown, and I have my fingers crossed for the Tribune East proposal. So thank you for your time on this project.
Thank you, Mr. Butler Adams. Next, we have Mr. Melvin Bailey to speak on items D7 and D8 at 1405 and 1410 East 65th Place. Is Mr. Melvin Bailey on?
Chairwoman, I don't see Mr. Melvin Bailey. I have unmuted a unknown phone number and unknown person, Kathy M.
Okay. Maybe I'll read off the next batch of speakers. So the 11th speaker is Mr. Butler Adams again to speak on items on item D7 at 1405 East 65th Place. The 12th speaker is again Mr. Butler Adams to speak on item D8 at 1410 East 65th Place. The 13th speaker is Mr. Butler Adams again to speak on D5, 5654 South Drexel Avenue. And the last speaker is Mr. Abraham Lacey to speak on item D2. So Mr. Butler Adams.
Chairwoman, I have Kathy M. Is that, who is this person?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Kathy Mitchell. I am a resident of the city of Chicago and a resident in the area of 1400 block of East 65th Place, where some proposed developments that we've never ever heard of before.
Okay, I'm sorry, Chairwoman. I thought she was a signed up person.
I don't have her on my list. There is going to be a chance at the end. So if Miss Kathy can just give us a few minutes to go through the rest of the speakers, and then we'll go on to you. So I think the next one was Mr. Butler Adams to speak on the next 3 items. So I have on D7, D8, and D5.
And Chairwoman, real quick before Butler gets started, I just want to let
Yep.
you know Matthew Gregg, who did not get his call, he missed his call earlier. He is now
Yeah.
on the line.
Okay. Do we go back to him or do we go on to Mr. Butler Adams?
Whatever your preference is, we can do it either way.
Mr. Butler Adams, are you ready?
I am ready. Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, we can.
Okay, for the record, my name is Butler Adams. I don't live exactly right near this proposal, but I am a resident of Woodlawn. I'm about a mile to the west of here, and my family has been in the neighborhood for more than 100 years. I am in support of this proposal. It's not bad at all. There are a whole lot of vacant lots in that area. One thing I will say is this kind of proves to me how underzoned the city of Chicago is, because this is only like a 5-unit building and it has to go before a plan commission for a zoning change. I know it's also lakefront protection, but it kind of seems ridiculous to be for something this small to have to go through a zoning change in this neighborhood. There are buildings in this neighborhood that have much more density and even more height than this particular proposal. But back to this one, I will say to planning, thank you for encouraging them to change their design somewhat. I'm looking at the original rendering and the revised rendering. The revised rendering is, to me, much more handsome than the original rendering. I just will say that that little column that's supporting the porches looks a little bit spindly to me. Otherwise, I think it's a decent proposal. There have been some newer projects built in this general area directly to the east of, I think like 3 or 4 condo buildings that have like 3 units each, but I think this will be a great proposal and great addition to the area. That being said, this is very, very close to Metro Electric IC and Stony Island. And I know that right now that you all have this thing with Clark Street you were talking about earlier. I would love to see a street proposal for Stony Island, because right now that's an auto sewer. Also, we have the Metro Electric right here. We always talk about TOD and transit-oriented development. At one time, there was a Metro stop right there at 67th Street, a block to the south of here. So it seems to me that, Metro Electric seems to be kind of the bastard stepchild in terms of TOD. So I think we should, this is a very underutilized line. And I would hope that planning starts to look at Metro Electric and all the vacant land along that to actually reactivate that line, because numbers are down on that. Otherwise, for this particular proposal, again, I am in favor. And for 1405 East 65th Place, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to go on to D5 at
Yes.
5654 South Drexel Avenue?
Yeah, that one is University of Chicago. I don't have much on that. My connection with the University of Chicago is I was born there at Wallace Children's Hospital, and pretty much every member of my family has had some type of surgery there. My mother's receiving treatment right now for thyroid cancer, so I'm very, very familiar with this area. In terms of this particular design, it is somewhat underwhelming to me. I think it could be gussied up a little bit. I do know that this is certainly a positive institution. It's going to be helping a lot of people, but I also know what sat on this whole block, where this proposal is going to be going. You had a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful block of earlier 20th century vintage buildings, and every single thing got torn down. It's been a vacant lot for about 5 years. And for a little bit of history, I'm pretty sure that at one time, Ronald Reagan lived in the building that was on this site that got torn down. So otherwise, this is my area. This is kind of my neighborhood, and I like the stuff that's happening in terms of new growth and new development, but I would like the architecture to be stepped up somewhat. Otherwise, for the University of Chicago, that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. So now if we could go back to Mr. Matthew Bragg.
Hi.
Is he on? Hi, we can hear you. And this
Great.
is on item D1, the Clark Crossroads plan, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I live currently in East Lakeview, and I don't own a car, so biking is one of my main methods of transportation. So I'm really excited for the installation of the protected bike lanes. Right now along Clark, oftentimes cars just will do crazy things and like park in the painted bike lanes and just do really dangerous stuff. So reducing parking and adding those protected lanes, I think, will really help with making that area safer and easier to get around in. I'm also really excited for the increase in density and the new buildings there that will at the very least hide the parking away. And hopefully we can add some stuff like more raised crosswalks and more pedestrian safe infrastructure too, to make it safer to walk around. A lot of times the cars just won't care if you're in the crosswalk, must go right through you. So adding infrastructure to help slow them down and force them to stop would be great. And the last thing is it'd be great if we can get some things like protected bus lane or dedicated bus lanes and like bus priority, more pedestrian islands too, just to make it better to walk around and get around the neighborhood with anything that's not a car.
Thank you, Mr. Bragg. Next, we have Mr. Abraham Lacy to speak on item D2, the Red Line Extension Plan. Are you on? And would you still like to speak on this item?
I don't see Mr. Abraham Lacy.
No? Okay. I know Miss Kathy wanted to speak on one of the items. Is she still on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am here. My name is Kathy Mitchell. As I mentioned earlier, I am a citizen of the city of Chicago, resident of the city of Chicago. I am a taxpayer and a homeowner in the 1400 block of East 65th Place, where there is a proposed development that I've never ever heard of until I received a letter on March 7th stating that some from the Jaffe and Berlin law firm stating that some a group called DOM or DOM Acquisitions LLC is proposing a new 3.5 story 5-unit residential condo building with 5 parking spaces that is less than 250 feet from my property. Now, this is ridiculous that I am just now finding out about proposed developments. Now, Mr. Butler mentioned about his home, about his support. Well, he's not in he doesn't live in this particular neighborhood. I am, my family too has a long history in the Woodlawn area. We've been homeowners over 100 years here. Why is it that I haven't seen plans? Why is it that I haven't heard of any of these sorts of plans or what is going on in this neighborhood? Yes, none of you commissioners have been in this area. Yes, there are about 5 homes on this entire block. And yes, it needs development, but it must be done in cooperation and partnership with the longtime homeowners, many who are people of color that have lived here. And so, and in closing, I would just like to say that this is just another example of the endemic racism and white supremacy that has infected the city of Chicago. My dad just celebrated his 100th birthday on March 11th, and he told us as children about the historic racism, white supremacy that has affected the educational system in Chicago, the medical system and health systems in Chicago, the transportation system in Chicago, and of course, and now the housing situation in the city of Chicago. I don't understand why I'm just now finding out about this proposal, and I don't even know whether I support it. I've never seen any plans or anything like that. And that kind of thing must be rectified in order for this neighborhood to prosper and grow in the manner that it should. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Miss Kathy. No, I see your hand, it's raised. Do you want to?
Yeah, Chairwoman, it's Noah. I just for the record and for what the plan commissioners are going to see later when it's presented, I just want to get some facts on the record. So the applicant for those 2 items you'll see are lakefront protection applications. They are not seeking a zoning change. They are not seeking the use of any city subsidies. They are building under the right of the existing zoning for the site, but for the fact that they fall within the lakefront protection district. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the clarification. Do we have any other members of the public who wish to make public comments at this time? Please raise your hand in the Zoom window and we will call your name in the order that they appear. I'll give them a few seconds.
We have someone pilot.
Okay.
Chairwoman, I just want to check. If that's Lisa Pilot, she should be speaking when her item comes up for review, not during public comment.
Oh,
Okay. Do you see any other hands raised?
No, just pilot. Pilot has to unmute to let us know if this is Lisa Pilot or someone else.
Chairwoman, it's Tom Tony. Will you please mark me as in attendance for purposes of voting, please?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Tenney.
Pilot, you are unmuted. You can speak.
Hi, I'm not going to speak until we give our presentation. My apologies. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so then we'll go on with the agenda.
We have Butler Adams, Chairwoman.
I believe he already spoke on all the items that he had signed up for, but we can confirm. Mr.
Yeah, can you hear me? Yes, I spoke
Yes.
on one of the items on the 6500 block, but there was one more. And I heard the lady kind of call me out. Like I said, my residence is about a mile to the west of here, so I am a resident of Woodlawn. And we have actually the same alderperson. So I heard everything that she said, but I didn't hear her call out the alderperson for not, conveying the information about this. As you said, this is within zoning. This is only a 5-unit building. There are 6 flats on that block already. So kind of the vitriol that came out of the last speaker, I just kind of teed me off a little bit. That's why I raised my hand. So I just wanted to speak real quick on the other proposal on that block, which is 1410. And I just want to also say again to planning, thank you for encouraging the developers to change their design, because once you all see this one, original versus revised, original was like ill, revised is like decent. So I will ask the developers, because these two projects on the same block look almost exactly alike. For one of them, I would ask them to at least change the color of the brick, change the coursing of the brick so it doesn't look exactly identical. Otherwise, it's not a bad proposal at all. This has nothing to do with supremacy, it's development. These lots have been vacant all my life. I've watched buildings be torn down over there. It's nice to see something new happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Okay, we'll go on with the agenda. Next on the agenda are matters submitted in accordance with the Interagency Planning Referral Act. Do I have a motion to approve items number 1 through 3 under this disposition heading? Everybody's really quiet now. I need a motion.
Biaggi.
Thank you. I have a motion by Commissioner Biaggi. Do I have a second?
Second by Garza.
Thank you. Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Barkley?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett?
Yes.
Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza?
That is a yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? Did we lose Commissioner Murphy? Not seeing him. Okay. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Chairwoman, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm a yes, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Piñeiro. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't see Commissioner Villegas still. And Commissioner Wagensback? No. Okay. Motion passes. Now we will move on to the public hearing presentation portion for matters submitted in accordance with the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance and/or the Chicago Zoning Ordinance. Just a reminder that item D2, the red line extension plan, has been deferred to a future plan commission agenda date. The first item on the agenda today is item D1, a proposed resolution to adopt the Clark Street Crossroads Corridor Plan. The study will provide a common community-driven framework for future land use, development, mobility, and public space for the Clark Street corridor from Montrose Avenue to Foster Avenue and the Uptown community area. This corridor is located at a crossroads of multiple wards in neighborhoods with a diverse set of stakeholder perspectives and priorities. The study recommendations will reflect shared goals and provide clarity for Uptown, Ravenswood, and Andersonville stakeholders on a future roadmap. A draft of the study report was presented to the community and posted for public comment in January 2023. The final document presented here today has incorporated that feedback. Catherine Hurd will provide the context overview and present the proposed plan.
Thank you and good morning. For the record, my name is Catherine Hurd from the Planning and the Department of Planning and Development, and I'm very pleased to be back in front of the Plan Commission to present the Clark Street Crossroads Corridor Study for adoption. We were here in October with an informational overview to talk about the progress, and now we've completed the study and are looking for adoption today. So we're talking about Clark Street between Foster and Montrose Avenue, which is again at the crossroads of Andersonville, Uptown, and Ravenswood. And this study is it's to do four things. It's to provide a summary of the priorities, goals, challenges, and opportunities of this corridor and this community. Provide recommendations for potential projects, programs, and policy changes. Providing an implementation strategy and a roadmap document. So that's ultimately the report that we would like to get adopted here today. So this is a framework for decision making. So the goals that were developed through the community process early on and have guided the work throughout are to first articulate a unified identity and long-term vision for the corridor. Identify appropriate private development uses, density, and urban design guidelines, and finally define public realm improvements to express the unique corridor character and promote additional comfort and safety for pedestrians and cyclists. So these are very complicated maps for a reason, which is why this is called the Crossroads. We're talking about multiple neighborhoods, multiple wards, multiple special service areas, chambers of commerce. There's the Andersonville Historic District. There's a TIF district, the Clark Montrose Tax Increment Financing District here. And all these things come together at this corridor. And so there needed to be a more cohesive vision for how to approach planning and decision making on this corridor, as there has been a lot more recent development pressure here. And so figuring out what's the long-term direction through a very extensive community-driven process is what we've developed here. So one of the first things that happened in this process is developing a steering committee of the key stakeholders. So that included the 3 wards within this area, the 40th, 46th, and 47th ward, several of the local neighborhood groups, the 3 chambers of commerce and the 2 SSAs that are here, and then other key stakeholders, including Black Ensemble Theater, which is a key institutional anchor along this corridor, as well as the Chicago Department of Transportation, who have partnered with us on this as well. So this process started in fall 2021. The bulk of the planning work and process happened during 2022. There have been several different ways of how folks have been involved. So there was a steering committee, which I just showed the membership of, that met periodically at key milestones throughout the process. There have also been community workshops in person and virtually, focus groups, and then throughout all of these different phases of the process. And so now here we are in winter 2023, looking to do the final adoption. We released the study as a draft, and then in January had a public webinar to present that, had a survey that was put out to collect more feedback on that, and then have since made those modifications to refine the document and are looking for adoption now. Throughout this process, there's been a bunch of different strategies for how to engage. So we showed the steering committee and some of the focus groups and how that all played out in the schedule. But we also had an interactive project website. There were several online surveys. We had a community contact list of email addresses that we were keeping in touch with throughout the process. We also had this interactive mapping exercise early on to learn about people's lived experiences along the corridor. And what I think is kind of a cool idea of requesting a soundtrack of Clark Street. So requesting folks to submit songs or sounds that remind them of Clark Street, just to try to get more fully immersive understanding of how people experience this corridor today and what their visions are for the future. So the draft corridor framework that's presented includes 3 major categories: land use and economic development, multimodal mobility, and public realm activation. So for land use and economic development, the overall guiding principle is to promote strategic economic development and improve housing affordability to create vibrant and welcoming neighborhoods. So there's a series of corridor-wide recommendations that fit into that. There's an implementation matrix that goes along with this, with some more specific objectives and who is responsible for each of those for these as well. And then there's also looking at specific segments of the corridor, how some of these things would get implemented more specifically. So some of the high level recommendations are to support existing businesses and attract complementary organizations to the corridor, encouraging transit oriented development with a range of affordability levels and unit types. Promoting and incentivizing sustainable building practices, programming short-term or temporary site activation, supporting building and business owners to encourage beautification and activation of existing building frontages, and then promoting the reuse, renovation, and activation of existing historically significant structures. And you'll notice there is this orange box disclaimer on all of these drawings to emphasize the fact that this is a framework. So these say, this diagram illustrates concepts supporting the community's long-term vision for this corridor. Future projects will need to be defined, funded, and undergo additional community engagement and technical analysis before implementation. So this isn't a final design, and I'll talk a little bit more about the implementation in the future, but I just want to make that distinction because that has been a little bit confusing for folks. So the overall development approach that we're looking at on this corridor is to prioritize redevelopment of vacant or underutilized sites and sites that do not conform to the pedestrian street design standards. So Clark Street is a pedestrian street for this whole corridor. And so therefore there are specific design standards required, although that was only that was relatively recently designated as a pedestrian street. So there hasn't been a whole lot of new development that's happened since that designation. So there's still a lot of older development that do not comply with those standards. That would be nice to get up to the requirements. So we've developed some criteria for defining opportunity sites. All of the property along this corridor is privately owned sites, so the city does not have any city-owned lots along this corridor. So in order to determine which of the properties we should be thinking about preparing for and thinking about what might be redeveloped based on what we see in this corridor and other similar corridors around here, there are a set of criteria which are the following: that the current use is incompatible with the long-term vision for the area, the current development is incompatible with the long-term vision for the area, or the site is otherwise underutilized, so it's vacant or it's really low density, et cetera. So these are the types of sites we would expect to see redeveloped. And so we want to make sure that we're thinking about that more proactively so that we're ready and have some thoughts about what we'd like to see rather than just reacting to things as they happen. So I'll talk about this map on the right in just a minute, but the overall implementation that steps for this are, we're talking about for the economic development and development in general is going to be incremental. So it'll be a series of projects that all happen on their own timelines that will accumulate to create this longer term transformation. Again, the city does not own any of these development sites, so they are all privately controlled. And so that means that the city doesn't have ultimate say over what goes on or when. So the overall strategy is to promote the development and utilization of incentive programs. So programs that already exist, and hopefully, making those more robust or creating new programs over time for things like improving storefronts, economic development, and affordable housing. We also want to share the development and design guidelines widely with property owners and prospective developers, so it's clear what the community is expecting to make for a more efficient process, and then evaluate projects against the study's recommendations and guidelines once those projects do come forward. So on the right is a map of the entire corridor, so kind of lot by lot. There was analysis of what are the inventory of buildings that are there today. So this orange color is something called historic neighborhood character buildings. So these are older structures that demonstrate the scale and design style of buildings unique to this corridor's history. So these are buildings where we would ask for consideration for adaptive reuse and retaining or rehabilitating historic features. So these are the things that really make up the historic fabric of the corridor. There are 2 orange rated historic buildings on the corridor, one at Foster and one at Wilson, and those are outlined in red, and those are defined in the 1995 Chicago Historic Resources Survey as properties that possess some architectural feature or historical association that make them potentially significant in the context of the surrounding community. And these are properties that are subject to a 90-day demolition delay, and they are officially designated as orange rated. In the pink, in the dark pink, there are 3 development sites that are currently under construction. In the pink hatch, there are a series of these development sites that meet, one or multiple of these 3 criteria: that the use or development is incompatible or the site is underutilized. So these are sites we would expect they could be redeveloped in the future. And then where there are the pink stars along the corridor, those are areas where the site layout does not conform to the pedestrian street requirements. So maybe there's a driveway curb cut, or there's parking up against the sidewalk or something like that. There are also a series of design guidelines that build onto the neighborhood design guidelines that are already adopted through Plan Commission for all of Chicago's historic or commercial corridors. And so these are guidelines that kind of lay on top of that, in addition to also the pedestrian street standards, of course. So there are a few types of projects that are unique to Clark Street that there are some more specific guidelines around, such as the adaptive reuse of historic buildings and storefronts, special consideration for corner lots, longer blocks, and development across from large open spaces. So those are unique context on this corridor. And then there's some extra guidelines around new residential and mixed use development, ground floor and storefront activation, and ground floor residential and live workspaces. There are 3 example development site concepts that were determined. And so this is one that we're looking at the corner of Wilson and Clark Street. So again, these are sites that meet the criteria of being an opportunity site because the use, development are not compatible with long-term vision and or the site is underutilized. In this case, we're looking at a site that is a very large surface parking lot right at this important corner of Clark and Wilson with a driveway curb cut, and this does not meet the pedestrian friendly guidelines that are required for a pedestrian street if this was going to be constructed today. So again, this is not a project that is happening as far as we're aware. This is just if we were to apply the recommendations and guidelines from this study to one of these opportunity sites, how might that look in the future, just to give folks a little bit of a visualization of how that might play out. And so what we're showing here on the right is an example of how that could be developed so that the development is up against the sidewalk. There's a little bit of a cutout to create some more plaza space at the corner. Any parking that would exist would be tucked behind rather than right off of Clark Street. And generally providing higher density and mixed use for sites like this. The next category is multimodal mobility. So the corridor-wide recommendations for that are guided by the principle of enhancing safe and equitable access to the corridor by increasing transit connectivity and prioritizing the pedestrian experience. So the high-level recommendations for that are to improve and increase pedestrian space through curb extensions, improve intersections and mid-block crossings, extend the protected bike lanes and improve connections to the Greenway network, enhance bus stops and amenities, clustering different types of different modes together to make transfers between modes easier, encouraging and supporting biking by providing bike parking and amenities, and then refining the curbside uses. So there needs to be a look at like loading areas and rideshare pickup, drop off, parking, and other curb space to kind of be configured for all of this. And again, this is not designed, that level of technical analysis and level of kind of community outreach to really talk through the potential designs has not happened yet. This is just a framework that's showing the priorities from the community and some concepts for how that might look in the future. So there are a series of strategies in our kind of design toolkit for how that might work. And so we're showing some diagrams for what those things mean and how they might be applied here. So things like intersection improvements, bus boarding areas, curb extensions, and then also protected bike lanes. So protected bike lanes were something that came up over and over and over again from the community. They really wanted to see that integrated into a long-term vision for the corridor. So there are some concepts shown here. Again, there has not been any robust technical analysis or logistical planning or more specific type of targeted stakeholder engagement to really figure out how this would play out. There is not funding to do this right now, as far as I'm concerned. So this isn't just going to happen, but it is in the study as an important aspect for the community to help forward the long-term vision for this corridor. And then the final of the three categories is public realm activation. So the guiding principle for that is to create a cohesive and inviting experience for all ages and abilities with attractive and resilient urban landscapes. And so this was also very important to tie this corridor together and give it more of a sense of place. So integrating strategic lighting and public art, establishing and programming new public spaces like flexible side streets, which I'll also talk about in a minute, developing cohesive branding and identity, utilizing enhanced landscape practices, especially for improving street tree health and green infrastructure. And then encouraging and supporting outdoor dining, and particularly in these areas where there have been some spaces identified to carve out some additional space for pedestrians potentially. So there is also a design toolkit for public realm activation, for some strategies for how you might create public gathering spaces, flexible side streets. So these are temporarily closed for special events that could be activated to provide a little bit more public space for folks in certain situations, because there isn't a ton of open space in this area. Things like corridor identifiers, some of these other outdoor activation spaces, and then certainly trying to eliminate some of these driveway curb cuts that are interrupting the public realm and degrading the pedestrian experience. To implement these, it's similar. So this involves both the mobility and the activation types of strategies. This will also be incremental with a series of projects. And so one way to do this is that as development is happening, encouraging private owners and developers to improve elements either on or near their property. So things like plazas, landscape, visual screening, art, outdoor seating, there's things that we can do incrementally through those types of processes using the private properties. But then on the public property, the city departments, sister agencies, special service area providers, they're the ones that are most likely to be initiating most of those projects, and they will each have their community processes where there will need to be a project defined, there will need to be funding obtained to do that. And we can use the study recommendations, the framework that's here, in order to make the case for that, to make that much easier to determine what those projects might be. And then finally, once that happens, then you have to get to work on determining the feasibility through the technical analysis, much more granular level of stakeholder engagement to provide some design concepts that are based on those needs defined through that analysis. Then the community feedback would happen on those concepts to further refine them, selecting a preferred refined concept to then finalize everything with the design, logistics, maintenance, and cost. Then it's completion of the construction implementation. And then after that, kind of monitoring for any necessary modifications to go from there. So again, this is just to say that these are not designs. This is a framework, and there's still more work to do before implementation of some of these capital projects. So that's at the high level, the corridor level. There are also 3 corridor segments where there's a little bit more granular level of recommendation. So there are 3 corridor segments defined here that each have a slightly different character. So on the north, it's more of the historic district, shorter blocks, more granular scale of development. In the middle, that is across from the cemetery. So it's this kind of in-between area. And then on the south of Lawrence, there's much longer blocks, a different type of urban condition. And so for each of these 3 segments, there are a series of recommended uses, density levels, and zoning districts. So just to give an example of just the first one, but this information exists for all 3. So there are some more specific ideas for where some of the toolkit ideas, the concepts might be implemented on these areas of the corridor. So for the multimodal mobility and the public realm activation, some of those areas are identified here in these maps, and I won't go through these all in detail, just to say that they are there. And then each one of them also has a zoom in of this map where the sites are identified, the development opportunity sites, what's under construction now, and then our historic neighborhood character buildings. For each of these, there is also, as I mentioned, the recommended uses, density, height, zoning, other considerations, but also some design inspiration photos to go along with those to help in the forming expectations with developers and property owners that are proposing things so that they know what's expected, but then also to help those of us that will be reviewing those proposals in the future. So there is a clear shared understanding between all of us. So this was all published in a draft in January, on January 10th. There was also a Zoom webinar overview on January 31st, including a public feedback tool online that opened January 10th when we released the corridor study, and it closed February 12th. There were over 380 responses. And I'll give you a little bit of an overview on what those were and how we responded to those. So the first 2 categories, so basically there were 8 questions, basically on how much you agree or disagree or whatever with these 8 different topics, and then free response for each of them. So if people wanted to give us more narrative, more specifics, we collected all of that information as well, although I won't go through all of that right now. That would take a really long time, but I'll give you the highlights right now. So the first question was, how well does the draft Clark Street Crossroads Corridor Study articulate the community's identities and priorities? And then the second question is, how much do you agree with the study's stated objectives? And so you'll notice that that the blue color, that's the most positive. So that means that folks felt that that the study articulated the community's identities and priorities extremely well, and that folks felt that they agreed with the stated objectives with a strongly agree. The next most positive category is orange with agree and somewhat well. And so you'll see that these 2 are overwhelmingly either most positive to second most positive. And so we feel really good about that, given how many responses we had to this. When we asked folks how much they agree with the different types of recommendations, so we asked about the land use and economic development, design guidelines, multimodal mobility, and public realm activation. Again, you'll see that strongly agree and agree are very high. More than 75% of the responses were strongly agree or agree. And then the final two questions were about how the study is going to be used and applied. And so this first one, how easy was the report to read and understand? This was the only one where the two most positive categories were just under 75%. And so we focused a lot on clarifying in this to be able to make it easier to read and understand. And then also to make it more useful. So the next question is, how useful will the study be in guiding future land use development, circulation, and public realm decisions? And again, scored well with very useful and useful, but not quite as good as we would have liked. And so we made improvements in those categories. So the three major things that we refined were emphasizing the process for future implementation so that that was very clear, clarifying the development categories and the maps, and then some general polishing for consistency and legibility and kind of graphic cleanliness. So I want to give a huge thank you to all the collaborators that have worked on this over the last year plus. It's been a long time coming, and I just really appreciate everyone's efforts towards all of this. At this point, I'm happy to take any questions you may have as well.
Thank you, Catherine. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff? Not seeing any hands go up. Okay, Commissioner Soto.
Just asking for clarification. So funding for future recommendations, like funding for study recommendations, is this a request that the developers are going to provide, or is this something that the city of Chicago is providing?
So this is, let me pull that slide up really quick. So essentially, this is going to be handled. It's a series of projects that will be handled by a variety of leaders. And so some of the things are going to need to be handled by private developers. I'm sorry, I'm just pulling this up. Here we go. Okay, so for the development and economic development recommendations, so again, this is going to be incremental with a series of projects. All of them are privately owned development sites, and so the city is not really able to do anything on the private development sites other than provide what we'd like to see, and then use those criteria for evaluating the projects. But then also, if we go to the public realm stuff, so again, this will be incremental with a series of projects. So some things are things that we are going to encourage private owners and developers to do for things that they can do on and near their property when they're doing projects. But then there will also be city-led and sister agency-led and SSA-led projects that will each have their own processes. So again, this study, there's a lot of recommendations that touch a lot of different things, and it's really just this roadmap, this framework for decision-making, and a way in order to define what those projects might be and be able to get funding from them in order to do that next level of work to do implementation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from the commissioners? If not, I know we have a few aldermen that want to speak to this item. I know Alderman Kappelman, Alderman Vasquez, and Alderman Martin are here to speak on this item. Alderman Koppelman, I think you're ready to go.
Yes.
Do you want to start?
Sure. Thank you so much. Catherine Hurd, you laid it out extraordinarily well. And so I don't want to repeat it because I couldn't do it as good a job as you did. But I will say this was something that was very much needed, especially in the southern portion from Montrose to Lawrence. This is an area with high vacancy rates in the stores, and a disproportionate number of these buildings are now for sale. So it's very crucial that we have some type of guidelines. So this is perfect. Catherine did an incredible job of putting all this together, involving so many players and with so many different opinions. So it's a very difficult process, but it was a very unifying one. And I'm very proud of what we have. It way surpassed my expectations. So based on the great positive feedback that this plan's received, I'm in full support of the process and the resulting study report. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Is Alderman Vasquez or Alderman Martin here to speak, or anybody from their staff?
Yeah, Alderman Vasquez here, and I apologize. Okay. I'm a little under the weather, hence the camera being off. But I wanted to really commend Catherine. She and the team have done amazing work in all of the planning that we've had to do with them, whether it's the Western Ave corridor as well. I think it sets a really good example and a clear vision for what we can do going forward. And I appreciate the fact that everyone in the community has been engaged. People have different perspectives, but to be able to take all that in and come together with a guideline that can help inform as you make future decisions on Clark is very valued. And so I want to thank her and everyone else for all the work, and really want to make sure that I voice my support. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Alderman Vasquez. Alderman Martin.
Thanks very much. I have relatively little to add. I would underscore that Ms. Hurd came in somewhat late in the process. So the fact that she was able to help get this across the finish line, hopefully, in doing such tremendous work over a short period of time is really a testament to her work and that of her colleagues at PPD. This is something that is very much needed and long overdue. We're seeing lots of significant turnover over a short period of time and over a short geographic area. So be able to come together and think proactively with a host of community stakeholders and have a set of recommendations that can inform subsequent decisions with both public and private spaces is absolutely critical. So I want to thank her and everyone who participated in the steering committee, as well as the people who just took time out of their days to attend a meeting, share feedback, formally or informally. We're very grateful for that and look forward to hopefully moving on to the next stage of continuing to breathe additional life into this dynamic corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Are there any additional questions from the commissioners? Of the staff or the alderman? Okay, not seeing any hands go up. Do I have a motion on a proposed resolution to adopt the Clark Street Crossroads Corridor Plan, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Commissioner Brumfield.
Thank you, Commissioner Brumfield. Second by Commissioner Scareño. Thank you. Roll call vote. Commissioner Barkley?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox? Commissioner Cox, you're on mute. We'll come back to you. Commissioner Scareño, can you confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? No response. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney? Commissioner Tunney, we can't hear you.
What we try to do with BP
Okay, we'll come back. Ca- Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
if you put them on a
The next item on the agenda is D3, a proposed residential business plan development submitted by City Pads LLC for the property generally located at 1523-47 North Fremont Street. The applicant proposes to rezone the site from C3-5 Commercial Manufacturing and Employment District to a B3-5 Community Shopping District prior to establishing the residential business plan development. The plan development will support the construction of a 5-story, 75-foot tall mixed-use apartment building containing 132 dwelling units, 29 accessory vehicular parking spaces, ground floor retail, and 132 bicycle parking spaces. The overall FAR for the development will not exceed 3.5. And this is in the second ward. Fernando Espinosa will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good morning. Can you hear
Good-
me? Could you hear me?
Good morning, Fernando. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. For the record, my name is Fernando Espinosa with the Department of Planning and Development. With me today are members of the development team with City Pads who will be available to answer questions from the commission after today's presentation. The site is located in the near north side community area. According to CMAP data from 2020, the total population is 105,481. The top 3 employment sectors are professional and 22.5%, finance at 12.8%, healthcare at 10.6%. The median age for this area is 34.7. I will now turn over the presentation to Michael Esker, the attorney who represents the applicant. Mr. Esker, are you available to speak?
I am. Thank you, Fernando.
Okay, take it away, sir.
Sure. Good morning, Madam Commissioner, members of the commission. My name is Michael Esger with the law firm of Acosta Esger, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, City Pads LLC, for the project. As you can see from this slide, project is highly transit served.
We lost the audio for Michael.
I'm back. I was muted for
Okay.
a moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So a significant investment has been made in transit for the area that serves the development. There's been improvements to Clybourne Street bus service, as well as new entrances and exits to the North Clybourne Red Line station, which has increased accessibility for riders. The North Clybourne station, which is shown here, is just over 500 feet away from the project, and it's been identified as a major activity center by the Transit Friendly Development Guide. And this project really embraces the guidelines of that designation by encouraging a mixed use residential project with commercial spaces and a higher density building, as well as bicycle use and walkability to transit. If you go to the next slide, you can see the zoning currently is a C35, and we are proposing to change it to a B35 to allow residential of the same density. Next slide. The subject property is located within the boundaries of the Halsted Triangle Plan, and we feel is very consistent and informed by that plan in that it promotes connectivity of transit modes. It creates compatible development with the neighborhood. It focuses on reduced traffic by fully embracing the transit served locations and reduced parking. It's pedestrian friendly. It includes excellent design features. and it promotes sustainable development as well. The development for the area is encouraged to become more residential, which has occurred over the last number of years, and it fully embraces the benefits of density, including on-site affordable housing and reduced parking and increased bicycle use. The next slide. This slide shows the context of the area, and as you can see, there are those mix of uses of high quality retail, high quality residential, both mid-rise and high-rise. The next slide. This shows the site, and many of you may be familiar with this parking lot that's existed for a long time along Fremont at Weed Street. There are, it's right behind a Toyota dealership, nestled between high-rise and mid-rise residential. There's some existing mature trees and 2 curb cuts for the property. We've worked closely with CDOT to preserve the existing trees, the mature trees, as well as adding 2 new ones and eliminating the north curb cut. If you go to the next slide, you can see the evolution of our community outreach. We've met with the alderman, of course, Second Ward, went through their process, met with the neighbors, the surrounding neighbors, and had various meetings, the result of which, and also working with DPD and CDOT, as mentioned, the parking garage entrance was originally located on the side of the building off of a previously vacated alley. And then for both aesthetic and pedestrian safety reasons, the team, again, working with CDOT and DPD, was able to enclose the parking garage and have the garage enter off of Fremont Street at an existing curb cut, which allowed for some visual interest on the south facade, including more landscaping and green space. And so it was a good process that we went through. The next slide, you're on the next slide. I will now turn the presentation over to George Sorge from Knorr Architects, who can walk us through the plans and the building design. George?
Great. Okay. Thank you, Michael. So George Sorge, I'm Vice President with Knorr Architects Engineers in Chicago at 325 North LaSalle. We're the designer and the architect of record for the project. What you see here is to the right, that image is just, the existing gravel parking lot and those 4 existing mature parkway trees that Michael had mentioned. To the left is the floor plan for the project, for the ground floor plan, that is. We have North Fremont Street to the west. We have this private driveway to the south. And then you'll see a good chunk of retail shown on the northern end of that ground floor, with entrances that will come off of Fremont as well. There are 2 new parkway trees that you'll see to the north end there by the retail. And then as you flow through the plan, in the middle, kind of that orange area, would be the entry lobby for the residential tenants. And then, as Michael mentioned, we have a single drive that comes in for both parking and loading off of Fremont, with the southern end of the building, not having any openings there. And again, this was worked through in some detail with CDOT. And then the parking that you have is both covered and screened from Fremont and from that private drive to the south. We have a series of EV stations there as well. The bike parking is within that parking area, and you'll have access to those bikes not only from the parking area, but then to the left, you'll see that exit corridor to be able to get the bikes out of the building. In addition to the covered and secured bike parking within the building, we also have several bike racks for public use out on Fremont Street. Next slide. Typical floor for the building, we're a total of 5 stories. So we have 4 levels of residential here. It's primarily a U-shaped building with units facing out on Fremont, units facing the private driveway to the south, and then a handful of units that are facing an indoor garden courtyard that we have for the project. Next slide, please. Here we're just depicting the roof plan. On the right, that's the actual proposed roof plan, where we'll have an outdoor deck. small elevator lobby to access that, a series of mechanical HVAC units, and then the remaining areas that you'll see are for securing that 50% green roof area as required, and those square footages are depicted in the drawing on the left-hand side. Next slide. Fremont Street elevation, the west elevation, showing, different materials and kind of different fenestration that we have for the building. As I mentioned, 5 stories, just under 60 feet for the primary bulk of the building. And then with those elevator stair penthouses going up to 75 feet, similar height to the building adjacent to us to the north, that's at around 62 feet. And as mentioned, we're at around 60 feet. So as Michael had mentioned, we have, been through several meetings with the Alderman's office and with planning to kind of get to the elevation that you see here. Expansive amount of glass on the ground floor for retail and the lobby, keep eyes on the street there and kind of maintain that street wall for the retail and the entry. And that entire base, we're utilizing masonry brick for the exterior material. And then as we move up the building, we're using a series of ribbed metal panels, as well as that blonde looking rain screen panel that you'll see. And then, as well, we're sort of breaking up the mass by kind of creating these almost little townhouse looking elements that are, about 15 feet wide as you come across that front building. Next slide, please. This is the elevation to the south. So this is what's facing that private drive alley. You'll see that same blonde rain screen element, as well as the brick masonry wrapping the corner, and then utilizing that ribbed metal I mentioned before for the remainder of that elevation. And really, these are the only 2 elevations that would be exposed to the public. The courtyard that I talked about before with inside the building would only be viewed for the residents looking out onto that. Next slide, please. Just a diagrammatic section of the building. We have North Fremont to the left-hand side there. And then, as I mentioned, we have 4 residential floors, ground floor retail depicted here. And then you could see to the right, the covered and screened parking. And then you'll just see kind of a cross section of that outdoor terrace that some tenants would be looking out onto. Next slide, please. And then with regards to looking at transportation, traffic and parking again, we think that this certainly promotes a pedestrian friendly siting of the building, where we only have, where we've taken 2 curb cuts and reduced it back down to 1 curb cut. So there's just that 1 entry point by that private drive for automobiles. And then we've gone and enhanced what we're showing on Fremont, where we've taken those existing 5 mature parkway trees. We are putting them within landscape, basically pairing them up, putting them within landscaped parkway areas. And then likewise doing the same for the 2 new trees, parkway trees that will be installed to the north. We'll be reconstructing the sidewalk along Fremont, per CDOT standards. And then as well, as I mentioned before, all the parking is covered and screened from public view there to the east of the site. Next slide, please. Kind of already talked about this. So, just with regards to the landscaping, those 5 mature trees, and the way it's being paired is 2 of them are paired together in a parkway. Then we have space, a single tree space, 2 paired, and then 2 paired again. So that is allowing for some access, from the sidewalk to Fremont. And then as well, within the various pairings of those planters, we will have some of that public bike parking in there as well. Next slide, please. A little more detail on the exterior materials. The left portion there, you can see that's really the primary entrance for the residential area. And, that was something that we worked through in discussions with planning, and that entrance is highlighted a bit differently than those other elements that we have, both utilizing that blonde rain screen for the upper floors, but at the main entrance, we are surrounding it with a bronze metal panel that you'll see as item 2 in that upper right-hand corner. And then the entire base of the building, that first floor, post and beam expression utilizing the brick that you see as item 3. And then on item 4 being kind of that infill gray panel that you see between those blonde rain screen masking elements. Next slide, please. And here we'll just have a series of exterior views. A lot of the elements we've already talked about. So this is a view that's looking northeast. You'll see the covered entrance for parking as well as loading, the masonry base, and again, that blonde rain screen, and highlighting the entrance where you see that 1535, the entrance for the building. And then, you know, the parkway trees, as you see, working their way down towards the north. Next slide, please. Again, view looking to the southeast, where you can see several of those retail entrances, and could be divided up or could be one main retailer. So it is set up that it could be done either way, showing sort of the different fenestrations that we have for the windows within those blonde rain screen elements. Next slide, please. And back straight on elevation, which we have looked at before, you know, again, highlighting that entrance to the residential area, which is really kind of the second element into the right, offsetting that a little bit from the other expression that you see to the left and to the corner. Next slide, please. And then here's just an enlarged view right at the entrance. Again, as I mentioned, highlighting the ground floor entrance for the residential with those bronze metal elements, as well as for the element up above for the residential, and that bronze element. And then, you know, large expansive amount of storefront glass for the retail, kind of keep eyes on the street and keep it active. Next slide, please. And then, of course, as part of the PD requirements, we will be meeting the Chicago Sustainability Development Policy, securing the required 100 points for that. You know, various increases in energy efficiency, reduction in water use, and of course, being compliant with the stormwater management ordinance. Next slide, please. I think from there, I'm going to pass it back over to Michael.
Thank you, George. Again, Michael Esger for the applicant. This slide shows the commitment we've made in working closely with Department of Housing. The affordable requirement is being met with all 20% on site. That led to a fraction of the 132 units, and per the 2021 ARO, we'll pay the in lieu fee for that 0.4 for $60,000 for that 0.4 of an affordable unit. The units will be on site at an average of 60% AMI. Next slide. And of course, embracing the MBWB and local hiring strategies. CityPads is very well versed with this and has done projects like this in the city and understands these requirements, and good economics for the area. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Fernando to make some comments.
Again, for the record, Fernando Espinosa with the Department of Planning and Development. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the project materials submitted and has concluded that the proposal is appropriate for the site and will support the proposed plan development. Based on the following criteria, meets the recommendations established by the Haunted Triangle Plan adopted by Plan Commission August 2020. Additionally, promotes economically beneficial development patterns compatible with the existing neighborhood, and also promotes safe and efficient access to transit, pedestrian, and bicycle uses in existing traffic patterns. Finally, please refer to the department's staff report for further details of this proposal. Based on the foregoing, it is a recommendation of the zoning administrator that the application for the proposed residential business plan development be approved, and that the recommendation to the City Council Committee on zoning, landmarks, and building standards be passed as recommended. This concludes the department's presentation. Staff and the development team are available to answer any questions the commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Fernando, and the rest of the team. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant? Commissioner Biaggi?
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to thank the developer team for working with us on the curb cuts. It comes up often that we want to reduce the number of times that vehicles are crossing the sidewalk. It's a big part of pedestrian safety, so the consolidation is really significant, and we hope to continue to see more of that. I think the other thing I wanted to point out, and you'll see this as a theme on a couple of projects today, is that thanks to the ETOD ordinance, now for bike parking, it's a 1-for-1 bike parking space to unit space. Previously, it was indexed to the number of cars that were going to be parked there. And so this is a really big leap forward for making cycling as easy and accessible as possible in terms of building out residential in a place where we do have pretty good access to transit, but offering other modalities by making it very easy for people to take advantage of it. So thank you for that. And we look forward to seeing more interventions like this on other projects.
Thank you, Commissioner Biaggi. And I believe we have a letter of support from Alderman Hopkins' office. And I don't think there's anybody from his staff, right, to make a statement. We just have the letter.
Correct.
Sure.
Okay.
Have a letter and fine.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the commissioners on this item? I'm not seeing any hands go up. We'll go on to request a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed residential business plan development submitted by City Pats LLC for the property generally located at 1523-47 North Fremont Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Commissioner Brumfield.
Thank you, Commissioner Brumfield. Do I have a second motion?
Second by Tillman.
Thank you, Commissioner Tillman. Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Barkley?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield, can you confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareño?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Murphy? No response. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman, can you confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Tunney, are you here? No response. Okay. Motion passes.
Madam Chair, I think you missed Commissioner Cox.
Yes, sorry, Commissioner Cox.
It's
Would you like to vote
yes.
on this? Thank
It's a
you.
yes. Thank
Sorry
you.
about that. Thank
Can't
you.
leave out the main guy.
I know. I think because I didn't get a response on the last one. Sorry. Sorry, but motion still passes. Congrats to the team.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is D4, a proposed plan development submitted by TMG Acquisition Disposition 1 LLC for the property generally located at 328 West 40th Place within Plant Manufacturing District PMD 8. The applicant seeks to establish an industrial plan development. The applicant proposes to develop the property with a 44-foot tall, 180,900 square foot warehouse building with 35 loading docks, 176 parking spaces, 38 trailer parking spaces, and approximately 9,000 square feet of interior office space. The proposed FAR is 0.33, and this is in the 3rd Ward. Justin Peterson will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Chairman, members of the commission. My name again is Justin Peterson. I'm an architect and city planner in the Southeast region with the Department of Planning and Development. I'm here today to introduce a proposed plan development in the Fuller Park community area and the third ward represented by Alderman Pat Dowell. The applicant, the Meisner Group LLC, or rather the developer, is requesting the approval of a plan development in a planned manufacturing district to construct a speculative warehouse or industrial building at 328 West 40th Place. Members of the development team and design teams are here today as well to present the project. The proposed PD is in the Fuller Park community area. This is located between Bronzeville and New City. The neighborhood is named for a small park at 45th and South Princeton Avenue. The construction of the Dan Ryan Expressway in the 1950s displaced about a third of the residents of the neighborhood residents, and it remains one of the poorest and most divested pockets of the city. The applicant is requesting approval of a plan development to construct a one-story, 189,900 square foot speculative warehouse and industrial building. The plan development is required due to the large nature of the site, which exceeds 10 acres in a PMD zone. The development is projected to bring in over $27 million of investment, as well as 50 to 75 temporary construction jobs and 75 to 100 permanent jobs in the Fuller Park neighborhood. The building will include 9,000 square feet of interior office space. The larger development site will include 35 loading docks, 176 parking spaces, 38 trailer parking spaces, and 18 bike parking spaces. Again, the total FAR proposed is 0.33. The development site is located or indicated here by the red outline. It's again in the existing planned manufacturing district, PMD 8A. And it's located adjacent to existing railroads and the expressway, and has long been used as a site for manufacturing. The existing buildings on site are outdated for modern use. This is illustrated views of the pedestrian experience. Site is largely vacant and underutilized, and a relatively isolated pocket of the city. And then as illustrated here, you can see the development site is strategically located about 4 miles south of downtown and adjacent to Bridgeport, US Cellular Field, and the Illinois Institute of Technology, and again, the Bronzeville neighborhood. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Betsy Gates Alford and other members of the development and design team to present.
Thank you, Justin. Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the Plan Commission. My name is Betsy Gates Alford. I'm an attorney with the firm of Burke Warren, McKay, and Saratella, and I'm here today representing the applicant, TMG Acquisition and Disposition, which is an affiliate of the Meissner Group. I'm joined today by several other representatives of the applicant and our development team. We do have in attendance today from the Meissner Group, Barry Meissner and Cody Baylog. We have also Charles Swanson from Ware Malcolm, who is the architect for the project, Peter Bader from Spaceco, who is our civil engineer, Lue Abuna from KLOA, the traffic engineer for the project, Beth Millian from CEC, the environmental consultant for the project, and our landscape architect, Catherine Tulty. Next slide, please. The property is located currently in a planned manufacturing district and currently zoned PMD 8A. As Justin covered, we are requesting approval of a planned development for a new industrial warehouse and office facility on the site. The property is part of a designated industrial corridor under the city's Chicago Sustainable Industries Plan, and the type of use and development activity that we're proposing on the site are consistent and in furtherance of that plan. Next slide, please. We filed a planned development application for this project on November 3rd, 2022. Prior to filing the application, we did hold 2 community meetings, one back in March, on March 28th, 2022, and a second on September 8th, 2022. At that time, we did receive pre-filing feedback both from the community and from Alderperson Dowell and her office regarding the proposed project and the plans. The primary comment that we received related to the traffic plans and routing of truck traffic, and we did accommodate those comments in our plans. Specifically, the project has been designed so that all truck traffic will approach and leave the site via Route Street going to and from the east, and then turn onto Peterson Avenue and use the entrance illustrated here at the far northeast corner of the site, which will be the only ingress and egress from the property for truck traffic. There is a second entrance on the Root Street side at the south of the lot. However, that will be restricted to vehicle traffic only. And that those changes were incorporated into the plan, both in response to the community comments and also to minimize the impacts on residents, as there are some residential homes on the south side of Root Street to the south of the development. Next slide, please. I'll now turn it over to our architect, Charles Swanson, to provide an overview of the project plans.
Thank you. My name is Charles Swanson. I'm the Director of Architecture here in Ware Malcolm's Oak Brook office. We've also got a Chicago downtown presence. This is going to be a fairly straightforward, manufacturing warehouse building. As Betsy indicated, it's 180,900 square feet. We have proposed a number of potential office locations on the east side, indicated by the orange boxes here. There is some trailer parking in the northeast corner. There is, and the loading area is on the west side of the building, facing towards the elevated train tracks there. So it's a little bit difficult to see in the plan, but those train tracks are, almost a entire story above the finished floor level of the building itself. We're aiming to buffer the building from West Root Street as best we can. So there is a detention pond in the southwest corner, some surface detention. The east side of the site, which is that kind of long finger that extends down, is part of our parcel, but is not really functional for any use other than additional surface detention, and that's why that's what's shown over there. The interesting thing about this site, which we'll go into here momentarily in more detail, is the shape of the parcel has this leave out, the L that isn't part of our parcel. I should say backwards L is another existing building by a user called Sudan Metals. And that basically screens our project from the east and south sides very effectively, more so than any screening fence we could possibly propose. So, you're really not going to see a whole lot of it as you go down Root Street. And as I mentioned, we've buffered as best we can on that south side. Next slide, please. We've got the floor plan in a little bit more detail. I think the site plan probably shows this better. And if you want additional details, next slide, please. In terms of dock locations or things along those lines, we're happy to provide it. The roof plan is anticipated to drain in both directions. This is going to be a very straightforward building. Next slide, please. The view you're looking at here is from the northeast corner. So that's, if you were going south on Princeton and looking at the building, we've designed a attractive facade here. Again, we're aiming to, attract high-end tenants to a building along these lines. So we want a lot of glazing for future, offices on those corners. And this is really the portion of the building that you're going to see if you were going south on Princeton. So it will be a precast building. We're adding some texture, some lap panels, some color variation in order to give it visual interest, as well as some parapet variation. Next slide, please. And these are just the 2D elevations to review. So the main thing that I wanted to highlight on this is if you look at the east elevation, there's let's start with the south elevation. You can see there's a big blue outline, which is labeled outline of existing building. So that's the profile of the Sudan Metals building that's in front of us on the south. And then we had proposed on the portion of the building that is visible to the south that, we'd potentially put a mural there or something along those lines. So we've got that called out as potential location for future mural. And then similarly on the east elevation, that blue outline comes in again, where, the southern half of the building is going to be very effectively screened again by the Sudan Metals L-shaped building that comes around. The west elevation faces towards the railroad, as I had previously indicated. Next slide, please. Some wall sections in case you need them. It's a precast building. I don't think I'm going to surprise anybody with these. Next slide, please. And then so for the traffic perspective, I did want to address this in a little bit more detail. So based on feedback from the alderman, which we definitely appreciated, in a very early meeting, it was made very clear that, hey, we didn't want truck traffic to be coming down Route Street. So that's why in our proposal here, all truck traffic turns onto Princeton. We've got kind of an inbound movement and an outbound movement shown here. So all truck traffic is going to turn down Princeton and then circulate through the site that way. There are residences to the south. If you look at that aerial from earlier in the slide deck. Thank you. Whoever is running the mouse here is doing a great job. So, so there's residences on the south side there. And so we're not carrying any truck traffic past them. All traffic here is coming from coming from that east direction where the highway is. So truck circulation internal to the site based on feedback from the alderman. So appreciated that feedback and incorporated it accordingly. Next slide, please. So our traffic engineer is on the line if you have any additional detailed questions, but generally at a high level, the traffic study showed that the intersections in the area have sufficient capacity to accommodate the traffic. And with that, I'll turn it back to Betsy.
Hi, my name is Beth Millian. I'm with Civil and Environmental Consultants, and I'm just going to touch real briefly on the air quality study that we did for this project. We performed the air quality study in accordance with city requirements. It was available for public comment, and we didn't receive any public comments on this study. And it has been reviewed by both CDOT and the Chicago Department of Public Health. In this study, we looked at potential air pollution from several different types of emission sources associated with this project, specifically on-site and off-site traffic from both passenger cars and trucks, and also building heat, natural gas fired building heat for the building. We looked at 3 different pollutants, 2 types of particulate matter, and also nitrogen dioxide. And results of the study showed that this project will not have any impact or contribute to an exceedance of the existing national ambient air quality standards.
I think we'll turn it back to Charles at this point to address the landscaping and building material slides.
Yeah, so is Catherine on the line for landscape? We're going to landscape this building. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
I'm here. No, I'm here.
Thank
We landscape the site plan according to the Chicago Landscape Ordinance. We're currently working with CDOT to kind of finalize the parkway planting along Princeton. So the plan has been is kind of in a state of upgrade at this point in terms of some plant material. But the plan that we're showing is in compliance with the landscape ordinance at this point.
In regards to the materials on the exterior of the building, as I had previously mentioned, this will be predominantly a precast structure. And then we're going to achieve a deal of visual interest by lapping panels and applying different colors to it. So next slide. On sustainability, we're going to comply with the Chicago Sustainable Development Policy. So the Mister Group, all of their developments, this development is going to go for a LEED Silver certification, which gets you most of the way there to the 100-point target. We're additionally going to get points in the working landscapes, tree planting, EV charging stations, and EV charger readiness. I think ultimately, when we submit for permit, we'll likely drop off one of those 5-point categories to end up at 100 points. But predominantly, LEED Silver is what we're going to go for here. And so this should hopefully be fairly straightforward as well. We've got point totals for you. If you really want to get into the weeds on that, happy to answer any questions that you might have. And next slide, we'll turn it over to our civil engineer to briefly talk through stormwater.
Yes, good morning. This is Peter Bader with Spaceco, the civil engineer. Early in the project, we met with the stormwater reviewer, Ben Stammes, and we are going to meet the stormwater management ordinance for the rate and volume control. There are going to be 2 ponds, open ponds on a site that the drainage from the building and from the from the paving area is going to drain to. Both ponds are going to be interconnected, and then there's going to be a outlet control structure that's going to control the flow of the stormwater to the sewer main in Princeton. So, yeah, thank you.
Then the Missner Group is committed to meeting the city's participation goals for women and minority-owned business enterprises, as well as participation by Chicago residents. We have been in communication with Alderperson Dowell's office about this commitment as well. And the project will provide several benefits to the community, including a $27 million project investment in a site that is currently vacant and had become quite dilapidated. So we will invest in revitalizing the site within the designated industrial corridor with a new development that will also bring to the area 50 to 75 construction jobs and 75 to 100 permanent jobs. And with that, I will turn it back over to Justin.
Thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Justin Peterson with the Department of Planning and Development. DPD has reviewed the proposal and determined that the project is consistent with the surroundings neighborhood's mix of manufacturing and commercial uses. The project presents an opportunity to invest in an historic manufacturing district and to create new jobs in the Fuller Park neighborhood. The department has concluded that the proposal is appropriate under Chapter 1713 of the zoning ordinance due to neighborhood growth and development trends, its compatibility with surrounding uses, density and scale, its compatibility with surrounding zoning districts. Project also meets the criteria for Chapter 17(8) of the zoning ordinance, and its adoption will not have any impacts, adverse impacts on public health, safety, or welfare. Specifically, it meets following provisions. The plan promotes economically beneficial development patterns. It's in strict compliance with the underlying FAR standards of the PMD zoning designation. Services are located away from the street, and landscaping is used to screen activities from view. Copies of the application have been circulated to other city departments and agencies, and no comments have been received which have not been addressed. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. With these considerations, the Department of Planning and Development recommends this PD application be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards with passage recommended. Again, city staff and the development team are now available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin and the team, for the presentation. Do the commissioners have any questions or comments for the staff, for the applicant? Commissioner Soto?
Just a couple of comments and questions. So when we're talking about MBE, WBE participation, it's often circulated that in the precast buildings that there can't be a lot of participation because the precasters are not historically MBE or WBEs. I would like to encourage the team to utilize MBE or WBE erectors and to not try to get a pass on any type of requirements for the precast portion of the project. Second comment is, in a lot of these industrial areas where there's a lot of truck traffic, there's a lot of dust and debris that get created on the streets. Are there any measures on this design where the truck wheels get washed down or whatever else before they actually exit off the site and enter into the public roads?
Well, we did consider the impact of the truck traffic in terms of the air quality study. So I don't know, Beth, if you might be able to address the question in terms of how any dust and debris associated with truck traffic is looked at in terms of environmental impacts.
Sure. Yeah, I can't speak to the cleaning of the trucks, but we did include.
And if you could state your name before responding, thank you.
Sorry, yeah, this is Beth Millian, Civil and Environmental Consultants. We're the environmental consultant for the project. So as far as the dust and debris from the trucks, we did include as a separate emission source in our model, paved roads, which really takes into account any dust or even salt that would get kicked up from truck traffic in the winter. So we examine that for both on-site and on the city roads surrounding the site. We also, for truck traffic, look separately at the exhaust emissions, but yeah, we did look at dust specifically, and that did not have any impact on the National Ambient Air Quality Standards.
For the air quality, no, but in terms of the cleanliness of the roads. So if anyone travels down Kedzie near Columbus Avenue, there's a lot of truck traffic over there, and you'll actually see dust clouds and other items. So this is more a comment both for the developer, but also for the city to consider any type of dust mitigation measures as these trucks are coming in and out of the communities.
One other note on that, I think there is not currently any kind of wash down system planned for the site, just to be clear on that. But this site is very close to the adjacent highway, so there's very little community road mileage, I guess, for lack of a better term, that would be used. Where if you look at the kind of aerial showing the proximity of the site. Thank you for flipping back to that. We're very close. We're very close to the highway there. So I am optimistic that that'll help mitigate any impacts.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the commissioners? If there are none, is Alderman Dowell here or somebody from her staff to comment on this item?
Chairwoman, she could not attend today. I did speak with her. She is in support of this project. She did want to remind the applicant that when a tenant is selected, to make sure they follow up with her on the WMV numbers with more specificity.
Thank you, Noah. So if there are no additional comments or questions, I'll go on to ask for a motion on this item. Do I have a motion on a proposed plan development submitted by TMG Acquisition Disposition 1 LLC for the property generally located at 328 West 40th Place within Planned Manufacturing District 8, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Commissioner Brumfield.
Thank you, Commissioner Brumfield. Do I have a second motion?
Escareño.
Second by Commissioner Escareño. I will go on to roll call vote. Commissioner Barclay?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield, can you confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. And would you like to go on record for item D1? I believe you also wanted to be a yes on that one, correct?
Yes, I'm a yes on the Clark Street study. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Commissioner Escareño, can you
Yes.
confirm? Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza? He may have stepped away. Commissioner Murphy, are you here?
Yes, I am back.
thank
Yes, I'm
you.
sorry.
Thank
Yes.
you. Commissioner Piñeiro, I believe, stepped away.
I'm back for a second.
Oh, you're
Yes.
back. Perfect. Thank you. It was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
And Commissioner Tunney, are you around? I didn't get a response, Commissioner Tunney. Okay, motion passes. Congratulations to the team.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is D5, a courtesy presentation on a proposed site plan review submitted by the University of Chicago for further development within institutional plan development number 43 at 5654 South Drexel Avenue. The applicant proposes to build a new cancer center in subarea B of plan development number 43. The proposed cancer center is an 8-story building above grade with a single story below grade. The above grade building will be 499,556 gross square feet and will be 167 feet and 6 inches tall. No changes to the existing FAR for any of the campus sub areas within the plan development boundaries are proposed. And this is in the 5th ward. Yandy Wong will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yandy Wang, the urban designer with the Department of Planning and Development. With me today are members from the applicant team, Craig Booth from Kano Design, Loy Abuna from KLOA, Ben Gibson, the Vice President of Medical Center, and Sarah Sheehan from University of Chicago. The University of Chicago submitted a site plan review for further development within institutional planned development number 43. The applicant proposed to build a new cancer center at 5654 South Drexel Avenue in suburb B of planned development number 43. The site is in the Hyde Park community area on the city's southeast side. This is a snapshot of the community area showing the background information in the community in terms of general population, race and ethnicity, and age cohorts. The site of cancer center is between Maryland and Drexel Avenue. This is an arrow map looking towards the south to the medical center. Behind the site is CCD, Center for Care and Discovery. To the right, which would be west, is the parking garage B. To the left, which would be east, is the NAP Center for Biomedical Diversity. And the science quad is further east. The entire campus is governed by the institutional planned development number 43. The cancer center site is in the suburb B of the planned development number 43. The uses permitted in suburb B are college and university, hospital and medical service, student and staff housing, daycare, and accessory uses related to the principal uses of the suburb area per the PD 43 statement number 5. The surrounding land uses, including the University of Chicago campus and the residential neighborhoods, are located to the north and the east of the site. The site has a variety of public transportation options for patients, employees, and visitors of the new cancer center. The site is within working distance of several university shuttle routes. The CTA bus routes also have stops within working distance of the site. The CTA Green Lines and Red Lines station are just a few blocks away. For those who prefer to bike, there are several Devi bike sharing stations located near the site as well. All of these provide convenient access to patients and employees. This illustrates the aerial view from the southeast direction. The proposed landscaping provides an extension of the existing green space and landscaping across the campus in addition to a feature landscaped plaza on private land at the southeast corner of the property. This illustrates the aerial view from the northwest direction. The proposed building is complementary to the architecture of the existing surrounding hospital buildings, including the Center for Care and Discovery and the Emergency Department parking garage B. The site is in a pedestrian-friendly area. The proposed cancer center is expected to enhance the pedestrian experience. These are the existing view and rendering of proposed street context looking from the southeast corner. The building will feature a transparent at-grade floor to engage the campus and the broader community. These are the existing view and rendering of proposed street context looking from southwest corner. The building will connect to parking garage B at the second floor level for ease of patient access. Another bridge connection is proposed to the Center for Care and Discovery on the 5th floor for patient and staff transport. These are the existing view and rendering looking from the northeast corner. These are the existing view and rendering looking from the northwest corner. The green space and the streetscape along the site will be enhanced to soften the transition from the academic campus to the medical campus and improve the pedestrian experience. The southeast entry of the proposed cancer center will provide an inviting pedestrian experience. The collaboration spaces will be designed to foster a sense of community and collaboration among patients, caregivers, and medical professionals. The pedestrian experience at the main drop off of the proposed cancer center will be welcoming and comfortable. The entrance will be marked with clear signage and an overhang to protect against the inclement weather. Now I will pass along to Craig Booth from Canal Design to introduce the following pages.
Thank you, Yongdi. This is Craig Booth with Canon Design. I'm one of the design leaders for the project. And I would actually like to start just by saying thank you to Chairwoman Flores for giving us the opportunity to present this project. And then also Alderman Hairston and the Department of Planning and Development who have been with us on this journey, helping us make decisions and sort of integrate the community into the process. So we've had, as you see in the slide before you, we've had numerous opportunities to work with the community on this project. Essentially what we would call the DNA of the project has matched up very well with what the community expects in terms of putting a cancer center into their neighborhood. Sort of what Yongdi was mentioning when she was running through the slides, we've been very interested in this idea of creating an open sort of ground plane, integrating the community into the project. And then also, creating a double height lobby space that connects to the parking structure on the east side and then into the lobby on the west side. So it's been something that's been very important to the team, and it's been reiterated by the community as well. Increasing education, creating wellness and kind of cancer screening, support programs for the patients and the patient experience. All of these things have really been key in terms of the development of the plans. And if you go to the next slide, we can kind of start to walk through that so you can see how some of this has been incorporated into the project. So one of the key elements in the project is that garden that you saw on the southeast corner, which makes a strong connection to the west, back to the academic campus, and then to the south, back to the medical campus. But it also creates a buffer space and a kind of a place of respite for the community, but also a buffer space to the interior. So you see as it sort of fronts that purple space or the pink space on the interior, which is really the beginnings of a series of amenity spaces that support the needs of the users and the staff. The big green bubble kind of in the middle is a wellness center. And then towards the north is where we have the cancer screening. So that ground floor is really meant to be open, accessible, visible, and connect to the community as well. If you go to the next slide, again, this is the the lower level plan on the left-hand side, and then the ground floor plan on the right-hand side. The ground floor provides support. It connects over to the parking structure on the west, and that's where all the support comes in. So there won't be any loading docks or that sort of thing on this site itself. It'll all be supported from the parking structure on the west. And then you see the main entry on the right-hand side, the drop-off that Yongdi sort of walked us through, and then there's a Medivan entry on the west side across the street from the emergency department. And if you go to the next floor or the next slide, on the left-hand side, you see the second floor. So there's the bridge connection that Yongdi showed that comes over from the parking structure, creating a sense of entry both from the ground floor and the second floor, kind of coming through a series of spaces that tie to the big idea of the ground floor and the second floor sort of fabricating or coming together to create a town center, if you will, where a lot of support spaces for the community, for the doctors, and for the patients sort of come together to support the project. And then on the right-hand side, you see the beginning of the typical floor that runs from 3 up to level 8. And essentially, the plan was devised around accommodating 48 beds per floor. And you can kind of roughly see the three petals or 3 pods, each of those pods capable of supporting 16 beds So the facade sort of pushes in to lengthen the facade and allow the incorporation of those 16 beds per floor. And then also it creates the ability to bring daylight deep into the floor plan. And then between these pods as well, again, that sort of pink space or the amenity space that supports staff and patient family needs sort of connect the pods together. So there's always a space in between the petals that sort of make those connections. And then towards the southeast that overlooks the garden, that's a staff amenity space that is meant to bring staff together and create sort of fusion and collaboration amongst staff, which actually pushes the agenda of patients and cancer care forward into the future. And if you go to the next level, you can kind of see level 4, which is a typical bed plan. So you can kind of see the 3 different petals, 2 to the north and 1 to the south. And then the indentation or the way the facade pushes in to sort of stretch the facade out to create enough window space to allow 16 beds to happen. And then at those junctures where the facade pushes in is another amenity space that sort of supports the needs of family and patients. On the 5th floor, there's a bridge that crosses over to connect to the CCD, which is the existing patient tower on the campus. Again, sharing resources between the 2 buildings. And if you go to the next plan, and then level 6 and 7 are shell spaces. So for future growth, we anticipate that the center will grow quite rapidly. So we've actually incorporated space into this first phase to allow for future expansion. And then level 8 is a double height mechanical space that supports the needs of the building. And Yangdi sort of walked around the site from an axial or an aerial and in a sort of pedestrian standpoint, but really the site plan has been laid out to again create most visibility along Drexel and along 57th. So 57th is down at the bottom and Drexel is off to the right, and that sort of culminates in that corner, the southeast corner, which incorporates a pocket park. There's some berming in that pocket park to sort of screen the building, the sort of lobby space from the street corner or the activity, the traffic along the street. And then you see number 2 is the sort of drop off. So coming into that drop off, you're surrounded by landscape again, sort of creating this idea of biophilic and trying to create a sense of calm within the building. And then there's a strong connection, number 4, sort of connecting back to the academic campus. So it connects from the east to the west to the parking structure and the emergency department with a walkway that crosses the site to the north. And then along Maryland, like I said earlier on the first floor plan, there's the Medivan sort of entry on that side. As well as the bridge that crosses from the parking structure into the building. And then to the south, we've got the bridge that crosses over from the CCD into the building. And then you can see that in the 2 indentations on level 3, we're proposing some garden space, again, sort of amenities that support the family and the patient needs as you move through the tower. And if you go to the next floor or the next elevations, we have articulated this building sort of to accentuate the flow of the facade as it moves in and out with a vertical metal panel and glass system. So the building is curtain wall from ground up through the mechanical penthouse. And then you see at the ground floor that full height glazing that sort of creates the transparency along Drexel. Sort of that indoor outdoor, allowing the natural elements of the landscape to kind of impact the interior environment, and then creating transparency to allow community and others to sort of see through and see the activity that's happening in the building. And then the large indentation that sort of fronts that southeast garden is really meant to be iconic element that sort of expresses the idea of collaboration throughout the building. So it shows the activity of those collaboration spaces as they move vertically up through the building. And if you go through, we can kind of run through the other elevations quickly, but you can kind of see the indentation on the north side, the way that the panel changes as it moves vertically to sort of create a articulation or a flow that sort of accentuates the flow of the building. And then you see as you come down to the base of the building, on the Drexel side, it becomes almost all transparent. And then on the east side that fronts the emergency department and Maryland Avenue, it gets a little bit more solid on that side, but it sort of creates that sort of movement and flow around the building. And if you move to the west elevation, again, on that side, there's a large indentation. The glass panels start to open up as you come into that indentation so that it allows more transparency, more daylight deep into the interior of the building. Again, sort of creating an environment that helps people feel calm and comfortable. And then, those elements are also where the amenity spaces happen for the building. And then on the south side, you see the bridge connection coming across sort of in the middle left-hand side of the image. You see the bridge coming across from the parking structure into the level 2 portion of the entry lobby. And then you see the full height glazing that sort of wraps from 57th Street over to Drexel, kind of creating that connection to the community. Next slide. I won't spend much time on this, but essentially the pink space and the purple space is this idea of amenity and collaboration that supports the patients and their family, and it supports staff collaboration as they develop new cures or new procedures for cancer care. And it sort of is evident throughout the building. And it's sort of organized amongst the petals, as I had described previously, where it's sort of the connecting tissue between the different petals or the different modules that create the exam, infusion, and the beds. You go to the next. And then materiality, it is a full curtain wall building, 100% curtain wall. The ground floor, obviously along Drexel, is all glass. As we move up through the building, we create a series of vertical bands that sort of articulate the movement of the facade as the curvature sort of pushes in and out along that facade. So there's a kind of a mica silver metal panel that makes up the vertical ribbons, and a series of spandrel and vision glazing that make up the glass component. And you can see the glass is the darker, a little bit reflective to disguise the shadow box. So those ribbons look consistent as they move up the building. And then the silver metal panels sort of contrasting and creating this kind of dynamic movement across the facade. And Luai, do you want to walk through a couple of the traffic concerns that we worked through during the design process?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. For the record, my name is Luai Abuna. I'm a principal with the KLOA, and we did prepare a transportation study for the proposed cancer center. And this exhibit again shows the circulation of the traffic in and out of the garage B, which currently is existing. And as was discussed earlier, there will be a second floor pedestrian bridge that would connect the garage to the new building, ensuring that adequate and efficient pedestrian connectivity to the garage and minimizing conflicts with existing traffic in the vicinity. Next slide. Like I said, we did a transportation study, and based on the results of the study, we came up with a number of recommendations that would help improve the traffic flow in the area, varying between signal timing adjustments, restriping an approach of 75th at Cottage Grove to provide a left turn lane, installation of pedestrian countdown signals, at several locations to help and improve the safety of pedestrians, as well as installation and refreshing of high visibility crosswalk markings at a number of intersections as well. Next slide, please. And this exhibit illustrates the study boundaries and the intersections that were analyzed, and also where the improvements that are being implemented that I discussed earlier. Thank you.
And then another kind of snapshot of the site plan, but more from a landscape perspective. You can kind of see that we've increased the quantity of street trees. We've got the pocket park to the southeast, sort of creating a gesture both to the west, to the campus, and to the south, to the medical campus. And then we've incorporated a larger sort of the street parking to engage a higher degree of landscaping along the street frontage, which also impacts the drop off as you come in and out of the drop off for the building. And then again, the landscape across the northern edge, sort of accentuating the idea of the connection back to the campus quad on the east side there. You go to the next slide. And then here you can kind of see a view of the pocket park on the southeast with the CCD beyond, creating a canopy of trees that creates a nice shady spot for the summertime. We've got a series of ribbons that run through that sort of pick up on the movement of the facade. And then on the right-hand side, the very right-hand side, you can start to see the glass of the entry and the lobby space beyond. So it's sort of making this strong connection, indoor, outdoor, biophilic, and it's really about engaging the landscape and making people feel comfortable and calm as they go through their treatment or their journey with their family member that's going through treatment. And currently we're tracking LEED Gold for this project. Obviously, stormwater retention is a big component, but also high performance building facade. And then, as I've spoken, sort of maximizing daylight into that interior, which also is part of the kind of calming influence of the interior spaces. And then optimizing a lot of the efficiency for the mechanical spaces, energy consumption and that sort of thing. And then as you've seen in the last couple of slides, really trying to create a higher degree of landscaping in the medical campus itself. And next slide. So obviously the park on the southeast corner allows us to incorporate some stormwater detention, but also becomes that feature that we talked about of sort of accentuating the indoor outdoor. And you can kind of see the visibility through the building on the left-hand side. You start to see the wood panels of the interior, sort of creating again that biophilic, that warmth, that soothing, calming environment that helps our patients get through their therapies. Ben, do you want to pick up this slide?
Sure. Afternoon, everybody. I'm Ben Gibson, Vice President at the Medical Center. Some of the factors we looked at as we designed this project were the incidence of cancer rates on the south side of Chicago. Unfortunately, we do have high rates of cancer in our community. And so this building was designed, as you saw earlier, with a lot of community input. Various meetings, surveys, polls, where we really tried to get a sense from our community about how this facility could help them in terms of prevention, in terms of early detection. So part of dealing with the high cancer rates we have is prevention and early detection, and this facility is designed to really promote those goals. Next slide. So as you can see, many of our programs are focused on screening and counseling. So this isn't just a place where people will come to get treated for cancer, although that will certainly be the the primary focus of the facility. It will also be a space for screening, education, providing resources to our community. And, you know, we have a robust program now where we get our staff out into the community, to churches, to community organizations, to help, you know, to help with prevention and early detection. And this facility will really give our efforts in that regard, you know, a major push forward. This is, you know, as you might expect, this is one of the largest investments ever in healthcare on the south side of Chicago. This is a region where there has been, frankly, disinvestment in healthcare, with a number of hospitals closing down or closing services. So we're really excited about being able to bring this service and this facility to our community. And as indicated, there will be significant job impacts in terms of construction and permanent jobs. Next. So we do have a robust MWBE program here at the university and the medical center. You know, we have a 35 and 6 MWBE contracting goals. We have routinely hit or exceeded those on our recent projects. Also have our goals in terms of Chicago residency participation and specific diversity goals for journey workers, laborers, et cetera. Our MWBE programs have frankly been some of the leading programs among the hospital communities in the country, and we're very proud of the fact that we will be able to follow through on those goals as part of this project. Next.
This is Yang Wang, the urban designer from Department of Planning and Development. DPD has concluded that this proposal is appropriate for this site and supports this site plan review for the following reasons. The project will not change the character of the development for sub-area B. The development will remain an institutional facility with hospital and related medical use, which is permitted by planned development number 43, statement number 5. The project will not increase the maximum permitted floor area ratio for the total net set area of sub-area B. The project meets the criteria of building design and layout and the regulations of traffic circulation and parking set forth in planned development number 43, statement number 12. If needed, please refer to the staff report for more details. Thank you.
Thank you, Yandi, and to the team. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant? Commissioner Soto?
I guess I'm doing all the questions today.
are.
This one's near and dear. My father is an 8-time cancer survivor. And the only reason why he's a cancer survivor is because of early detection. And one of the major issues that we face is during the pandemic when we had to go pick him up, right? You try to time it for him to come down and for us to be out in front, and it never actually works. So I'm very happy to see that huge drop off and pickup area. And I just wish at the facility where he's being treated that they had those items. My aunt was also a patient at the University of Chicago. She unfortunately lost her battle, but I know that she would really appreciate the architecture and the other spaces that you've integrated into your design. So just wanted to give that to all of you and thank you for such a thoughtful design.
Thank you
so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner, for those comments. Are there any other comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Cox?
Thank you for the presentation. And also, I just want to congratulate you as well on the extremely thoughtful, kind of patient-centered approach to the building. Everything from the arrival to the rooms. It's really, really important. And, I too have had to use the University of Chicago's medical facility for my family. And I must admit, it was one of the most empowering and sensitive experiences I've had. And that, and so I just not only the care, but the physical plant was a part of that. And so I had choices. I could have sought that care on the north side of town or the south side of town. I live on the north side of town. We came all the way down to the south side for that care. And I think that's just a testament to the work that the University of Chicago has done. I'm thrilled that it's in a majority African-American part of the city, and that all people will have access to this level of care. So again, a personal validation that the work you've done is incredibly sensitive. And I think this building will be a flagship building, not only in Chicago, but around the country. So just thank you for that level of investment and that care in the experience for patients and families that will use this facility. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just out of curiosity, is there a timeline for construction on the project? Are there any dates or of when we can expect this to be completed?
This is
Yeah,
Patrick
Craig.
Knightley. There you go.
Yep.
Yep, this
Yeah.
is Patrick Knightley. I'm the executive project manager with the University of Chicago Medicine. We are looking to break ground in the fall of this year and then finish up the actual construction in late 26 with opening in 27.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? I know Alderman Hairston is here to make a statement on this item.
Yes, thank you all. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I'm excited about this project. I couldn't agree with all of the comments that have been made regarding this project, regarding the University of Chicago and the outstanding job that the Office of Civic Engagement does with the community. We've had a relationship for quite some time, and they always not only meet their goals, but they exceed their goals. I wish the city could learn from them how to do their MBE, WBE goals in such a good way. And so I just want to congratulate them on this project, and hopefully I'll be around to see you when it opens. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Hurston. Any additional questions or comments from the staff? Also, this was just a courtesy presentation, so there won't be any vote on it. So if nobody else has anything else, we thank the theme for the presentation, and we'll go on to the next item on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is item D6, a proposed amendment to Business Residential Institutional Plan Development number 1167 as amended, submitted by Capojo LLC for the property generally located at 756 East 111th Street. The applicant proposes to amend Plan Development number 1167 as amended to allow food and beverage production uses in Subarea B, to permit the development of a two-story, approximately 16,800 square foot coffee roastery and beer brewing facility with accessory retail sales, restaurant and tavern uses, including approximately 54 on-site accessory parking spaces and one loading space. And this is in the 9th Ward. Erica Selke will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Erica Selke, and I'm the lead planner for the Far South region with Department of Planning and Development. So I'll head right into the presentation. So the site is located within Pullman on the south side of Chicago, located near Lake Calumet and off of I-94. It's predominantly African-American population. The site is also part of PD 1167, which is this larger development. We're focused on a site just to the south on 111th Street. But this site was a former steel facility, and starting in 2010 has been redeveloped with different retail and industrial uses. And you can see it's mostly built out, and we're looking at the subject site at the bottom of the site at 111th Street. So again, this shows the existing land use map, showing some of the surrounding uses, and then also the zoning map, PD 1167 focused on sub-area B. This shows the different sub-areas found within the PD, and again, we're focused in sub-area B. This is the approved bulk diagram for, or excuse me, the data and bulk regulations for sub-area B. What you see on the right-hand side of your screen is the list of uses that are currently allowed, and what is in bold and underlined are the new uses that are being proposed as part of this amendment, including food and beverage production and manufacturing for wholesale and retail, and accessory eating and drinking establishments, retail sales, packaged liquor sales, and indoor special events. For some pedestrian context, here we are on 111th Street looking north. The Clovers was developed recently on the east portion of sub-area B. Just to the west is another retail use, including a number of places to eat and the Blue Cross Blue Shield facility. And then moving even further west, this is the site where you see the greenery here, where the proposed use would be located.
Erica, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to interrupt you. I see that Commissioner Burnett has his hand raised, so I just want to check in with him if there's something he wants to comment on, or is that by mistake? I guess he's not around. Okay.
Yes, I just want, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Commissioner, I just want to be counted in the last, yes, on the last item.
So the last item was for the University of Chicago, and that was just a courtesy presentation, so we didn't have a
Oh,
vote.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, I thought
You're
so I
good on
didn't
that
miss
one.
it. Okay,
No,
good deal.
thank you.
you.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Sorry, Erica, you can keep going.
No, thank you. In terms of planning context, as I mentioned, the larger industrial retail site has been ongoing redeveloped since 2010. And more recently, the Far South Chicago Quality of Life Plan has been completed by the Far South Chicago Coalition and a number of different community partners. Also of note, on 111th Street in particular, CDOT is currently designing a full streetscape redevelopment of 111th. And they're in design right now and expect to start construction in the third quarter of 2023. The site that we're talking about today is in yellow. So you can see some of the streetscape improvements, new trees, bike lane. So this is just to say that when you will see the landscape plan won't have any trees or anything in the parkway because of this CDOT project that's coming this year. So now I will pass it off to Mariah DeGrino, who will walk through the slides.
Thank you, Erica. Again, my name is Mariah DeGrino with the law firm of DLA Piper in Chicago. We represent the applicant in this matter, Cup of Joe Coffee LLC, which is doing business as Veteran Roasters. I'm joined today by Mark Doyle, founder of Rags of Honor, which owns Veteran Roasters. As Erica mentioned, we're seeking an amendment to Plan Development number 1167, which is commonly known as Pullman Park. The PD again was approved in 2010 and governs the 180-acre former Ryerson Steel site at 111th and Doty, immediately east of Pullman National Park. The site being discussed today is a further development of the area designated for retail uses along 111th Street. This area was initially developed with a multi-tenant building, which currently houses Lexington Betty Smokehouse, Potbelly's, and Blue Door Neighborhood Center, a community wellness center, the first of its kind by Blue Cross Blue Shield. A Culver's restaurant arrived next door at the corner of Doty and 111th. The development before you today would develop the vacant parcel immediately west of the multi-tenant building with an approximately 16,500 square foot, 2-story coffee roastery, beer brewery, and restaurant. But before we dive into those details, I want to invite Mark Doyle to say a few words about Veteran Roasters. Mark?
Great. Thank you, Mariah, and thank you, everybody on this call. Veteran Roasters is the second company I founded when I got back from Afghanistan, and we are a craft coffee roaster. And our mission, like Rags of Honor, our apparel company, is to hire homeless and at-risk veterans. And for some context, there are about 300,000 veterans living in Cook County. There are about 900 who are homeless, and every day 22 still take their own life. So our mission has always been to work in the homeless community, to work with the shelters, to find those that have fallen through the cracks and just give them a shot at a better life. And that's what we do at Rags of Honor. That's what we do at Veteran Roasters. I think next slide, please. So there it is again in sort of black and white. Every day, 22 veterans still take their own life. Reintegration is very, very hard, even in the best of circumstances. We've been in this space now for 9 years. And the suicide rate among veterans is 5 times higher than among the civilian population. And so one of the things that we know gives them a second chance at life is a job and a mission that they can be part of and to work with other veterans. We've seen it play out for 9 years now. And so there's no magic to what we do. It's hard what we do. We hire the ones that nobody else is going to find. We literally go into shelters and take them out and teach them how to roast. And so that's our mission down there, is to hire as many as we can and give them a shot at the life they deserve. Next slide. And so the opportunity is certainly down in that neighborhood. This journey started years ago in a prior administration when there was no coffee shop down there. And we were asked if we would possibly move our operation down there. And for all the amount of companies there are down there, there actually is no place to get a cup of coffee. And in the meantime, of course, we said we would, because a lot of the people we hire live Brownsville and south. And so it is advantageous for them to not have to take multiple forms of transportation. And there is veteran housing being built down in Pullman. So for us, it's a perfect storm of having a place where they can work and a place where they can walk home. And we know that there are about 4,000 people who work within an eighth of a mile and no place to get coffee. So our vision for this was to build a restaurant and a brew pub, because we also have a beer company with the same mission, but give those who have to go to work every day, who are shift workers, an opportunity to get a cup of coffee on their way to work. It does 2 things for us. It helps us be more profitable, but it helps us hire more veterans. And so we've created an opportunity where you've got a kitchen that supports a drive-through and a brew pub. We're going to roast coffee on the premises for the house, for retail, and for bags to go away. So we'll have 3 lines of effort all going under one roof, and a second floor that'll be a private dining for political groups and local businesses who want to have Christmas parties, et cetera, who don't have a place to go now. Additionally, I would say our chef was a formerly homeless Army veteran. An amazing story. And what we want to do is use our kitchen to do culinary training for the neighborhood and really make this a place that is so community-based that everybody feels like they're sort of a part of this venture. And so we appreciate you all taking a look and hopefully giving us the green light.
Thank you, Mark. Next slide, please. So this is just a preview of what the building will look like from 111th Street. As Erica mentioned, CDOT does have a streetscape plan. So the parkway, which you see in the immediate foreground, does not show the trees that CDOT will be installing. You do see in the less immediate foreground, but still in front of the building, the 7-foot landscape setback that is being provided with trees, shrubs, and a decorative fence, and a pedestrian entrance from 111th. Next slide, please. So in terms of the community process and timeline, we did file this application to amend the plan development in September. But the story of Pullman really, as Erica mentioned, goes back to 2010 with the redevelopment of the former Ryerson Steel property. Since then, Pullman Park has been developed with a Walmart anchored shopping center, the Method Factory, Gotham Greens, which is currently undergoing expansion, a Whole Foods distribution center, a warehouse facility, and an Amazon distribution center. Development has brought jobs and retail and restaurant amenities to the neighborhood and has been a catalyst for development. The Pullman Community Center was developed across the street, providing indoor recreational space and sports fields. And it has also brought attention to the unique historic assets of the neighborhood, leading to development of Pullman National Park to the west. In response to the feedback that we received during this review process, we did increase the perimeter setback along 111th Street in particular, increase the number of perimeter trees, created depth in the facades through use of materials and articulation, and then selected complementary accent materials to evoke the industrial uses that you'll see in the elevations. Next slide, please. So this is a site plan. You'll note the placement of the building is oriented towards 111th Street with parking behind. There are 54 parking spaces provided on site to serve the building with a heavier concentration than you might typically see of handicap parking spaces right in front of the building. You'll see the outdoor seating areas to the north side of the building, the drive-through circling around the south side with pedestrian entrances both from 111th Street as well as on the north side of the building. The loading area is off to the northeast corner of the building. There you go, right there. Off to immediately east of the site, you see the marking for an existing driveway. This is an existing curb cut off of 111th Street that will currently serves the site and that this property will also use. There are no new curb cuts on 111th or Doty proposed with this. Next slide, please. This is a view of the first floor plan. You can see the restaurant layout along with the receiving area, the brewing station, the roasting area, and the brew pub generally. Next slide. This is a second floor plan showing the proposed banquet space, hosting weddings, community events. Kind of the idea for this, as Mark mentioned, is to really be a beacon for the community and a place for gathering. Next slide, please. This is the roof plan showing a proposed layout of a green roof covering 100% of the net roof area, as well as solar panels. The goal here is for the solar panels to provide 25% of the energy needed to serve the building. So that's what you see on screen here. Next slide, please. The elevations are showing brick primarily, again, evoking the character of historic Pullman, which you see throughout the neighborhood, with metal and glass, obviously glass windows and storefronts, but the accent materials using stone as well as metal to kind of evoke the industrial character of the area as well. Next slide. This is a view of the elevation from 111th Street. Next slide. The west and east. Next slide. A traffic study was conducted in 2016 at the outset of development of this particular 111th Street retail parcel. The recommendations included consolidating the access points to limit curb cuts, which was then done. You'll see a curb cut on Doty and a curb cut on 111th. Again, we're not proposing any new curb cuts, but we'll use the existing curb cuts. The recommendations also included completing a missing segment on the north side of 111th Street and widen 111th Street. Both of those were also completed in connection with development of the earlier phases. Next slide, please. This gives you some of the planning principles. We've again oriented the building towards 111th Street, provided the full landscape setback along 111th Street. Parking is shielded from 111th Street by the building itself. And we've avoided blank walls by including stone accents to mark the pedestrian entrance along 111th Street, and then some of those grander tall windows, again, to provide a nice pedestrian context. Next slide, please. The landscape plan is what's appearing on screen here. As you can see, there are trees around the perimeter. You'll see the landscape setback again along the south side, bottom side of the building, along 111th Street with shrubs, fencing, and perimeter trees. We have trees throughout the parking lot as well. If you look towards the top of the plan, you'll see 6 EV charging stations. Thank you. And there is another EV charging station serving one of the handicap spots close to the building. The EV charging stations within the parking lot are dual stations, so we'll have a total of 13 spots that will be available for EV charging spaces. Next slide, please. This is a view from the southwest looking towards the northeast. You can see the drive-through window, the pedestrian entrance with the stone accent. Again, one of the recommendations which we followed through on was to orient the awnings covering the drive-through window and the pedestrian entrance so that they are consistent with each other and line up and are complementary. Next slide, please. This is a view from the northwest looking towards the southeast. So you're looking at the primary entrance where we would have outdoor seating areas, and then the terrace on the second floor is also shown here, which would serve the banquet space. Next slide, please. This is a view from the south side of the building, looking at the pedestrian entrance that fronts 111th Street. Next slide, please. Another view similarly from the south side of the building. Again, the parkway you see on the left is not showing the CDOT planned parkway improvements, so additional trees will be placed in that area as well as part of their project. Next slide. Another view from 111th Street looking towards the east. You can see the landscape setback here in the foreground with trees, shrubs, and the decorative fencing. Next slide, please. These slides provide some context of historic Pullman. Again, you see the use of brick throughout, which we have picked up in the design of this building in particular. And then the limestone accents, we've also evoked that as well in the use of the selection of facade materials. Next slide, please. Because this is new construction, we will be achieving 100 points on the menu. This slide shows the current plan, which is to use amass points using a variety of strategies, including 100% green roof, indoor water use reduction, EV charging stations, exceeding the energy code. This is considered transit oriented based on the proximity to the metro station at Cottage Grove. And then bird protection would round out the menu for 100 points. Next slide, please. We are proposing to address stormwater requirements on site, fully on site within an underground detention vault. This shows the location within the parking lot of that vault. Next slide. We are targeting 26 and 6% participation, 50% local workforce participation. The project is estimated to be an overall project cost of about $7 million, which would generate about 125 construction jobs and 50 permanent jobs. As Mark mentioned, a feature of this is workforce development for military veterans, which would be a variety of jobs, both in food production, the coffee roastery business, the beer brewing business, as well as restaurant opportunities, front of house and back of house. Next slide, please. And at this point, I will thank you all for your time. I do understand Alderman Beal is here to speak on behalf of the project, and we have provided a number of letters of support. I believe Alderman Beal has provided those from a variety of stakeholders, including Pullman Civic Organization and a number of other organizations as well. We're happy to answer any questions, but do respectfully ask for your favorable recommendation. Thank you.
And this is Erica Selke from DPD. So DPD has concluded that this proposal is appropriate for the site and supports the development for the following reasons: that the project promotes safe pedestrian, bicyclist, and vehicular circulation, that the parking will be shielded from 111th Street by the building, and the project promotes pedestrian interests, safety, and comfort by providing an attractive walkway and pedestrian route along 111th Street. And I'll also mention that those letters of support are located within the commission's SharePoint folder if you want to take a look at those. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Yeah, and we do have
Erica.
copies of those letters. Is there something additional that needed to be added? No, okay. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Piñeiro?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I honestly, I'm in full support of this project. I just wanted to take an opportunity to, I heard what Mr. Doyle said about homelessness and the challenges that we see every day related to mental health in general and among our veteran community. So I think it's an incredible mission and really a valuable mission to our community. So I at least wanted to recognize that, and I'm in full support of the project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your comments. Anybody else? Any other comments? Is Alderman Beal here to make a statement? Oh, I see Commissioner Cox.
Thank you. Now, I too, I have been following this project for some time now in its different incarnations, and I was pleased that the city was able to award it a community development grant. I think it was 2 million. I don't Eric, if you can correct me.
NOF.
2 million for a grant to make this happen. So it's really, really important. And a lot of that had to do with the mission that Mr. Doyle articulated. I mean, it's not just, another coffee house. It is one that has a very compelling social mission. So I just want to thank you for not just doing the business, but having this larger agenda. I think it's going to be a very handsome contributor to that corridor. This is a challenging entrance in and of itself because it's going from kind of bigger box retail, and it's getting closer and closer to the Pullman National Monument. And I think there's been a lot of attention paid to trying to at least be in harmony with the National Monument. And so while it still has a drive-through, and it still is walking the line between being pedestrian oriented, but also having to accommodate cars, I think it's doing it quite well. So just thank you for working with our far south team, Erica Sulky and her team, to strike that balance. I think it's going to be a handsome building and entrance to the Pullman district. But again, thank you for your work. Thank you for working with us. And the city is very proud to have made a financial commitment to get this project to the finish line.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So is Alderman Beal here to make a statement?
Chairwoman, it's Noah. I think unfortunate timing. He had one event in the middle of the day he had to move for, and I think he got caught.
Probably now.
Pulled away. So
Okay.
he did offer his full support for the team, and I just wanted that to be on record.
Okay, thank you. So are there any other additional comments from the commissioners on this item? If there are none, then I'll ask for a motion. Do I have a, Escareño, did I hear?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, let me read the motion on the item. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to Business Residential Institutional Plan Development number 1167 as amended, submitted by Cup of Joe LLC for the property generally located at 756 East 111th Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval? Motion by Commissioner Escareño.
Yes.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Yeah, second Piñeiro.
Thank you, Commissioner Piñeiro. We will roll call vote. I believe Commissioner Barclay has stepped away. Commissioner Viaggi,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Brumfield,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Burnett. No response. Commissioner Cox,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Escareño, can you confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Garza, I believe stepped away as well. Commissioner Murphy. No response. Commissioner Piñeiro, can you confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Tillman,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Tunney, are you around? No response. I believe we still have enough votes, correct, Noah? Okay.
Yes, that's
Motion
correct.
passes. Very exciting project. Congratulations to the team.
Thank
Looking
you.
forward to seeing it done.
First
thank
round's
you.
on me. First round's on me.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay. We are about halfway done, so there's still a lot to go over. Next item on the agenda is D7. A proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by DOM Acquisitions LLC for the property generally located at 1405 East 65th Place. The property is zoned RM5 and is within the public use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant is proposing to construct a new 3.5-story, 5-unit residential condo building with 5 parking spaces accessible from the rear alley. And this is in the 20th Ward. Justin Peterson will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the Commission. Again, my name is Justin Peterson, a city planner in the Southeast region with the Department of Planning and Development. And again, here today to introduce the proposed Lakefront Protection Ordinance in Woodlawn and the 20th Ward represented by Alderman Taylor. I should note that this portion of the 20th Ward will be affected by the remap and actually become part of the 5th Ward when that takes effect in May. The applicant DOM Acquisitions LLC is requesting the approval of the LPO to construct a 5-unit residential building at 1405 East 65th Place. This actually building we're going to look at is an identical building to the next item, 1410 East 65th Place. So it's the same building, just in 2 different locations, essentially. Agnes Pleka, the applicant's attorney, and members of the development team are here with me to present the project. The proposed 5-unit apartment buildings in Woodlawn, again, this is a predominantly African-American neighborhood that first developed in parallel with the 1893 World's Fair. At just over 24,000 residents, the neighborhood's population is now less than a third of its mid-century peak. And after decades of decline, the neighborhood is now seeing increased development interest following the planning and now construction of the Obama Presidential Library. The project site is located on East 65th Place between the Metro Viaduct and Stony Island Avenue. It's approximately 2 blocks west of Jackson Park and approximately a quarter mile south of the Obama Presidential site. Mount Carmel High School is also located just a block north of the site. The area south of Mount Carmel and north of 67th and between the Metro tracks again and Stony Island has a large cluster of city owned vacant parcels. This is indicated by the orange hatch here. And it is a focus area for the Department of Planning and Development's Come Home initiative for infill housing development. So with that in mind, DPD worked with the applicant to refine the design and pedestrian connectivity of the site or of the project. I should note, however, that this is an LPO or a lakefront protection item only. It does not involve any city zoning change, city land sale, or other subsidy. It is therefore by right, but for the approval of the LPO. The project is located in the Woodlawn TIF and redevelopment area and supports the goal of strengthening the residential community by creating infill housing and increasing density as well as enhancing neighborhood identity with improved pedestrian connections and streetscaping. Larger planning context includes some nearby efforts, recent efforts, including the 2018 South Lakefront Plan, which created the framework for revitalizing Jackson Park, as well as the South Shore Quality of Life and Corridor Plans. Those are nearby, not immediately affecting this site, but there is, just to indicate that there's increasing planning efforts and focus in this area. I'd now like to turn it over to the presentation over to the applicant's attorney, Agnes Pleka.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Agnes Pleka, and I'm an attorney with Jaffe and Berlin LLC, and I represent the owner of the subject property and the applicant in this LPO application, DAM Acquisitions LLC. And hopefully today with me on the call is Lisa Pilot and Ivana Antos on behalf of the ownership and the applicant, and the project architect, Andy Kaczynski. And I just wanted to say that listening to all those wonderful, impressive projects ahead of us, I'm afraid that you will find that the next two projects are very small in comparison. Nonetheless, they are very important and much needed for the subject community. Just to give you a little bit of background and overview, the subject property is located in RM5. It is a vacant lot with 40 feet of frontage along 65th Place and 125 feet of lot depth. The applicant is proposing to redevelop this vacant lot with a 3-story residential building with 5 dwelling units. These will be rental units. The proposed building has been designed to strictly comply with all the bulk requirements of the underlying RM5 district. It strictly complies with the parking requirements. And even though Justin mentioned that before, I wanted to stress again that there is no additional relief needed for this proposal from Zoning Board of Appeals. There's no additional relief or approval needed from City Council. This is not a zoning change. This is not a PD. And the project is privately funded. So again, the only reason that we are here today taking up your valuable time is that we are located in the private lakefront protection zone. However, we are actually, the property is located on the west edge of that private lakefront protection zone. So it's really not visible from the lakefront or lakefront parks. And as such, it will not have any adverse impact on the lakefront policies. The next slide, please. The subject block is mostly vacant. When I say vacant, I'm talking about both sides of the streets. On this south side of 65th, we have only 6 other buildings. There are only 2 buildings across the street. So we are really excited to bring this redevelopment project and return this underutilized parcel to its useful economic life while providing new housing options for the community. Next slide, please. And the next slide. All right. The applicant has been working with DPD since last November to revise the plans per DPD's feedback and CDOT feedback, for which we are very grateful because we do believe that at this point we have a much better design. And per that feedback, if we can go to slide number 10, we have a comparison of the original renderings versus revised renderings. So per that valuable feedback, the applicant revised the entry for the building from the side entrance to the front to create a better transition between the public street and the private units. The front elevations were further revised to use brick throughout the entire street facing facade and to better frame those front facing balconies. And this design is really consistent with the adjacent historic buildings. There are on the block and in adjacent blocks. Additional architectural detailing was added on the front and side around the windows to add to the curb appeal. The applicant also committed to reconstruct the sidewalk from the development side toward the corner of the block to South Dorchester Avenue. And applicant is hoping to complete the permitting process this spring and start the construction early summer with anticipated completion in spring of 2024. Let's go to the next slide. we did, because this is a unique situation, right now we are in the 20th ward, but the property will be remapped to the 5th ward in May. We did reach out to both 20th ward and the 5th ward, and I will have Lisa Pilot talk about our community outreach a little bit later on. I would like to go through the site plan and floor plans to give you additional details about the proposal. So let's go to the next slide. The building will line up with the other existing buildings on the block. It has been designed to provide 15 feet front setback. We have combined side setbacks of 8 feet and almost 38 feet of rear setback. We have on-site trash enclosure and 5 on-site parking spaces at the rear of the lot, which will be accessed of the 15-foot public alley, which runs along the rear property line. Let's go to the floor plans. The building will feature family-friendly floor plans. We have 2 ground floor units, which will be duplex down to the basement. First unit will be approximately 1,500 square feet with 3 bedrooms. The other unit will be approximately 1,800 square feet with 5 bedrooms. We also have 2 second floor units, 2-bedroom unit with 800 square feet and 3-bedroom units with 1,000 square feet. And then on the 3rd floor, we have just 1 unit throughout the entire floor. This unit features 4 bedrooms and 1,800 square feet. Next slide, we will have no rooftop decks, just merely some mechanical equipment and mechanical penthouse. Let's go to the next slide. The front elevations will be of brick construction, as we mentioned before, and will feature steel balconies, which will be again framed by those brick elements. For the side elevations, the applicant is proposing a combination of brick veneer and fiber cement siding panels, but we will have fairly large side balconies on the west elevation for this particular building. And the real elevation, let's go to the next slide. And the next slide. Oh, I think we missed that, but the rear elevations will also feature Juliet balconies and will be finished with fiber cement siding panels. And again, as we mentioned before, these elevations were specifically revised per the DPD comments and to complement the existing historic character of the buildings that are already on the block. Let's go to the next slide. Again, this is a better view. In terms of the sections, we just wanted to show you that we are trying to preserve as much of the rear yard open space as possible to be usable. So all the staircases are interior so that we have a nice open rear backyard for the enjoyment of the future tenants. Next slide, please. Again, next slide. All right. We believe that this proposed use will promote general welfare of the community. Not only we will bring additional housing options, we will increase public safety by eliminating this vacant lot. We will enhance the visual appeal of the streetscape. And of course, eventually the project, the building will generate real estate taxes for the city. One thing that I wanted to sort of point out that the applicant is not proposing to max out the allowable density or the FAR. For example, under the existing RM5, the ordinance would allow up to 12 units, up to 10,000 square feet of floor area, and a building 47 feet high. Instead, what we're proposing is only 5 dwelling units so that the units are family friendly with a better layout, better floor plan. Building will have maximum of 67 square feet of floor area and only 3-story with the maximum height of 36 feet, again, in order to seamlessly fit within the existing improvements and character of the area. Next slide. Next slide. Well, I guess we discussed the building materials, but again, we can touch that again. Brick, that's going to be Chicago common brick, dark red color. We'll have steel balconies, and we will also have an energy efficient, which are also noise reducing triple pane windows. Let's go to the next slide. We will have tree planting in the parkway areas. There will be natural landscape throughout the site. We will provide bike storage on site. There will be EV charging station located at the rear as well. And again, as we mentioned before, the applicant will reconstruct the sidewalk from the development site to Dorchester Avenue. Next slide, please. As we mentioned before, the project is privately funded. No public funds have been provided or applied for. We expect estimated construction costs at 1.5 million. We would probably need around 25 different trades to complete this project. And even though this is not mandatory for this LPO project, the applicant hopes to reach that 26% participation from minority business enterprises, 6% from women business enterprises, and we will have a goal of 50% participation from Chicago residents. And we do believe that this proposed redevelopment is compatible with the We Will Chicago initiative, which promotes prioritizing redevelopment of vacant lots with the city. Again, we will improve the streetscape. We will increase public safety and security by reducing the number of vacant lots on this block. We will provide much needed additional housing options to support inclusive income diversity in Woodlawn community. And we also believe that this proposed redevelopment will promote reactivation of the commercial corridor along 63rd Street, as the future residents will provide more foot traffic to help support local businesses. And at this point, I would like to turn over to Lisa Pilot, who will talk a little bit more about our community outreach. Lisa, are you on the call?
Oh, sorry about that. Hi, I am on the call. Hi, everybody. My name is Lisa Pilot. I'm with Dom Properties. I'd like to state that we did, and definitely for the record, we did reach out to the 5th Ward as well as the 20th Ward. I walked the communities. I spoke with the neighbors in the communities. They were all in agreement that the development needed to take place because that particular area has not seen any development for a very long time. We are in hopes that you all will consider us moving forward with this development. This is an awesome development. I've been working, I'm an African-American woman. I've been working with Dom for the Dom Properties for the past 3 years, building up the 4th Ward. And our intention is to do the same in the 5th and the 20th, if they allow us to do it. I think it's very important that we move forward with this because we are tired of looking at vacant lots all the time. So I do hope, commissioners, that you all consider our project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. And commissioners, we do ask for your favorable recommendation. At this point, I will turn over back to Justin for additional comments.
Thank you, Agnes. Again, for the record, my name is Justin Peterson with DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and concluded that this proposal complies with the applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and the purposes of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance. Based on the following policies, policy number 8, the proposal will increase public safety by activating underutilized stretch of East 65th Place by reducing the amount of vacant land and increasing density and eyes on the street. Policy number 10, the proposal promotes a harmonious relationship between the Lakeshore Parks and the community edge by bringing more residential units within 2 blocks of Jackson Park. Policy number 14, the proposal is consistent with the residential density, scale, and fabric of the existing community. The Department of Planning and Development has determined that these policies not enumerated here are not applicable or not the primary objectives of the proposal. Please refer to the staff report for further details regarding this project and plans identified here today. Based on the findings of this report, it's a recommendation of the zoning administrator and the Department of Planning and Development that this application, being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, be approved, subject to compliance with plans presented to you today. DPD staff and representatives, again, of the development team are here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Justin. I'll go ahead and open it up to the commissioners if they have any comments or questions from the applicant or the staff. Commissioner Brumfield.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I just wanted to say I do appreciate the developer and the work that they're doing and attempting to do in Woodlawn. And that also that this developer did work with DPD to make improvements to design. And I think we can all agree that we all want to see these vacant lots, too many of them that sat vacant for at least a generation, if not two, redeveloped. I think it's important to be contextual and respect the built environment, but I have to say this design, while you've done a good job of working with DPD, it seems like it's just been elevated to be a mimic of what's already there. And I also question how leasable real units are, especially the rear ones when they don't have access or visual access to the street. But that may be a challenge that the developer can overcome. But I do feel that the residents, particularly homeowners who have toughed it out during this tough stretches, and sit in a field of vacant lots, deserve quality design, not just a mimic of what's already there. I'm also concerned that this is going to set a bad precedent that, the mediocrity of the design is going to be acceptable not only to the community, but also something that, it can be allowed to move forward. I would like the developer to work with their architect, to reconsider, and try to, rethink the design to actually, have a new precedent that's set for Woodlawn and other neighborhoods, particularly on the south and west side.
Commissioner, thank you so much for your comments. If I can just respond briefly again for the record, Agnes Pleca, attorney for the applicant. In terms, I just wanted to respond to your question or comment about the rear unit. So the applicant and his design team did consider doing two adjacent sort of units on floor 1 and floor 2, so that each unit has a front street facing window. However, those units became very narrow, long but narrow. So it was sort of like a subway canyon effect. And for that reason, we were trying to come up with a solution where we would have better floor plan for those rear units. And for the same reason, those rear units, each rear unit has 2 balcony windows, 2 balconies. So we have a side balcony on the west side, and on that side, we have a side setback of almost 5 feet, which is a substantially twice as big or as large side setback as on any standard city lot. So we will provide a lot of open space and light and vent on that side. And also those rear units have large Juliet balconies on the rear facade as well. So those rear units, even though they do not really face the street, they have been designed with a lot of thought behind it to make sure that those tenants have really nice, nicely sized bedrooms and rooms in the unit.
And to piggyback, if I can say something to Commissioner, to piggyback off of what Mr. Butler had stated about the brick, because of the continuity, we were trying to show continuity of what is in existence currently, because I grew up in the area as well. I grew up in Hyde Park as well as the Woodlawn area as well. And so the structure of the current buildings are similar to that. And if you can, could you blow it up? Oh, I could blow it up a little bit. So one of the things that Mr. Adams had recommended is that we change the coloring of the brick, which is something that would make it stand out a little bit more as well. So if I can ask you, what is your recommendation of what you are speaking about when you say that you want us to change the is it the facade, or what are you saying specifically? You don't like the fact that you want more modern, if you will? I mean, what are you looking for? That's my question to you.
Well, I thought I made my comment clear, and certainly can talk offline, but I just would encourage the developer to work with the architect to rethink the design. I think that as I said earlier, contextualism is important, but, mimicry also can work against you. And I just think that this is an opportunity for Woodlawn and other South Side neighborhoods to think deeper into the 21st century, to talk about what contemporary and respectful and contextual architecture means. And, I think this is an opportunity that could be lost here. And I'm also worried about just setting a precedent of just outright replication. But more than happy to talk offline.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
We know this is the Plan Commission, not the Committee on Design.
Right. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I'm there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox, I know you have a comment as well.
Yeah, no, thank you. Presentation was very helpful, and thank the DOM team for working with the planning department to try to improve the design. I think the comments from Commissioner Brumfield, to put it in context, this is an area of Woodlawn that the planning department has identified as a place where we could really do a variety of housing types, everything from single family ownership to condo, from 2 flats and 3 flats to 6 flats. And we are so confident that this is an area that has enormous appeal that we commissioned 42 architects from Chicago and around the country to come up with typologies very similar in density to the one that you have proposed. And if you want to get a sense of the potential of this, you can go to the Chicago Architecture Center that currently has an exhibit of the 42 proposals that will be made available to developers, quite frankly, like DOM, to help infill in areas of Woodlawn and 5 other areas that we've identified. So this is, so this particular area is near and dear to our heart because there's going to be a lot of very thoughtful and deliberate development there. And I actually believe that DOM missed an opportunity to respond to that level of excellence that is being achieved by these housing typologies. Because you're first out the gate, this looks like many things we've seen around town, and we actually believe that for Woodlawn deserves better. There should be housing typologies here that you can find nowhere else in the city. And so I wish that DOM was at a place where it felt it could take up that challenge, because what's going to happen right next door to your property is probably going to set a new precedent for what housing in Woodlawn in the 21st century should look like. So, we're gonna, it is available to you. All of these will be made available. And I hope that you are, because you do so much work on the South Side and your office is in the South Side, I hope you will pay attention to the call for developer proposals, because we will be, as soon as next month, advancing a number of parcels in this area and other areas, specifically with the intent to grow these neighborhoods on the South and West Side in an inclusive manner. So I think that's a little bit why you're hearing the commissioner feeling that we're not meeting the expectations of the moment. We're falling just short, and that if there's time in your delivery model, perhaps some further tweaking can happen to the design, so that you are much more in the spirit of what is going to be an amazing area of Woodlawn in very, very short order. So I'm sure Justin Peterson can follow up with you to give you a little more information on that. But in the meantime, I think you've got the right attitude about density, about removing vacant parcels and getting them back into people who live in expanding the housing options. So I'm in full support, and again, appreciate your working closely with DPD to get to this moment.
Thank you, sir. And I am sure that the applicant will take to heart your comments and suggestions. It seems that we are sort of on the timing wise where those plans are not yet fully developed. So it seems that we are at the forefront of everything that is happening. But again, the applicant is here to stay. He's a very responsible developer, and he will continue to work with DPD and the city. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's very important that you're offering willingness to work farther on just improving, you know, this typology, because I think there's a few of us that would echo Commissioner Brumfield's comments that we don't want this to be a missed opportunity. So please do follow up on those conversations. Are there any other comments or questions from commissioners? Is Alderman Taylor here or somebody from her staff to make a statement on this item?
Chairwoman, we did not hear back from Alderman Taylor, but Alderman Hairston is here, and she will be receiving both of these parcels when the May council is seated.
Okay. Thank you. Does she want to speak or?
Yes, I do.
Okay, perfect. I see you. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. That was really interesting. Ms. Pilot is a lifer, right? A South Side lifer. She has been in the neighborhood all of her life, and she has been a developer of many different projects. And so I am pleased to have this project by an African-American woman developer that has been in the neighborhood. One of the things that I really like about this project is that she keeps up with the FAR in the neighborhood. And one of the things that I have fought with developers about is when they come in and want to develop in communities, they always want to reduce the square footage. The thing that distinguishes the north side from the south side in our housing stock is that square footage that we offer with our proximity to the lakefront and to the parks. And so I think it is a very thoughtful approach by Dom to honor this and to replicate it instead of trying to make it as dense as possible with little bitty square cubby holes that people live in. And so I have to give her credit for that. In terms of the design, I think that, you know, she was trying to keep in the tradition of what was done. I understand wanting to push it a little bit more. Sometimes by the time these projects get going, there's a new standard or there's something new, and I'm sure she will be willing to look at it. And I know her personally, and as a person, she wants the best that she can present. So I'm sure she'd be willing to do that, but she did present the project to the Fifth Ward at one of the Fifth Ward meetings, and it was approved. So I am just saying that for the record. I am happy to have it when it transfers, and I won't be the alderman, but I will pass by it every day, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Hairston.
Can I speak for a minute? Yeah. First of all, thank you very much, Alderwoman Hairston. I want to say this if I can as well. With all due respect, one of my projects is at 431517 Cottage Grove, and I built this in 2006 where I live. I live here, and it's the prettiest building. I always talk about it on Cottage Grove. Well, I can't say that anymore because Don, we just built another one at 4159 Cottage Grove, and it's beautiful too. But I take into consideration of what you're saying. And when we first presented it, they made us change it because they felt that it was too modern, right? So we came back, made adjustments so that it showed continuity of what is on that block, right? We have no problems with going back to make sure that we are in compliance and everything else in terms of beautification for that area as well. I believe in that. I believe in the best work that needs to be presented and given to the South Side and the West Side of Chicago. So I'm going to end it there. But thank you very much, Harrison. That was a beautiful compliment coming from you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield.
Just one final comment, just to make it very clear, we are cheering for you.
Amen.
We are not only cheering for you, we need more of you. You know, and
I'm
we
here.
need more of you to be doing exactly what you're doing.
Amen.
You know, this is us just trying to, or at least I should speak for myself as opposed to the other
It's
commissioners.
okay.
Just
I love
really
it.
trying to make sure that we are, you know, getting, you know, maximizing the opportunity here.
Absolutely.
So we hope to see you again.
You
I'm
will.
sure we will see you again, and we need to see you in other neighborhoods outside of Woodlawn. So just wanted to make that clear.
Oh, I love that because would love to go into Inglewood. One of my other areas, I was a currency exchange owner first. 35 years I was, and it's one of my currency exchanges was at 55th and Racine. Tried to develop that area years ago, you know. So I've been working in the community a long time, sir. But thank you very much. I don't want to take up any more time.
Commissioner Cox.
Yeah, so again, I'm learning more about this project and more about your portfolio and your development. And the more I learn, the more impressed I am. And I realize that the Come Home initiative, which is this attempt to inclusively grow the South and West Side, the initiative is tailor-made for you. And so I would really encourage you to go see the exhibit. Darn, I might actually meet you down there and take you through the typologies, because I think you would be excited and you would find many of them consistent with the work that Dom has done. So let's make that that is an invitation.
I accept it.
Like Commissioner Brunfeld, we hope to see you more as the Come Home project takes off this year.
I appreciate that.
Thank
you.
you.
Really do. Thank you very much.
I like where this went. So I think we're ready to ask for a motion on this item. If I'm not seeing any more hands raised or comments being made. Do I have a motion on a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Dom Acquisitions LLC for the property generally located at 1405 East 65th Place, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So
Move
moved by
Biaggi.
Commissioner, and
Okay, so-
seconded by Commissioner Cox.
Motion by Biaggi, second by Commissioner Cox. Thank you. Roll call vote. Biaggi was a yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Brumfield, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Brumfield. Commissioner Burnett? Don't think he's around anymore. Commissioner Cox? I can
Yes.
confirm. Thank you. Commissioner Escareno?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Murphy, are you still here?
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
I'm here, and yes, I'm voting yes.
Thank you. Got you. Commissioner Piñeiro, I think, stepped away.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back.
Chairman,
Yes.
thank you.
I
Yes,
can't keep up. Thank
sorry
you.
about that.
Commissioners,
I'm a
and
yes.
you voted yes on the last one, correct? So you don't need to
Yes.
proxy vote. Okay. Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney, are you here? Don't think so. Okay. Noah, you have your hand raised. Do we
Yes,
need something?
If you finish that up, then I'll interject.
Okay, perfect. So motion passes.
Perfect.
Thank you,
Okay.
everyone.
I just want to make a plea to the commissioners who remain. We're running a little light on votes, and this is a long meeting. So I just want to remind that we're going to get close to quorum call here. So if you can tough it out, please do so. Thank you.
And also a request to the presenters if they can go through the slides, maybe the next one too, which is very similar to the one we just saw, right? A little bit quicker so that we save some time. and we don't lose quorum. But again, motion passes on this item. Congratulations to the team.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Cox, Commissioner Cox, I'm holding you to that now. I'm holding you to it.
It's
You know,
on,
I'm
it's
with
on
the South
record.
Museum too. I'm holding you to that. And I'm
Absolutely.
So thank you so much.
So Justin Peterson will make our
Please.
contact for us with your email, but
I truly appreciate
I
that.
look forward to it.
I look forward to meeting you again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda is the 8, a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Dom Acquisitions LLC for the property generally located at 1410 East 65th Place. The property is zone RM5 and is within the public use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant is proposing to construct a new 3.5-story, 5-unit residential condo building with 5 parking spaces accessible from the rear alley. And again, this is in the 20th Ward, and Justin Peterson will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Chairman. Again, and members of the commission, my name is Justin Peterson, City Planner with the Department of Planning and Development. I'm here again to introduce this Lakefront Protection Ordinance item in Woodlawn in the 20th Ward, represented by Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor. Again, this will be transitioning this area to the 5th Ward following the remapping taking effect in May. This is an identical or nearly identical building to the one that we just looked at a site across the street and slightly east of the previous presented project at 1410. This one is at 1410 East 65th Place. And again, I'm joined by Agnes Pleka and Lisa Pilot to present the project. Again, the community area is Woodlawn. The site is, again, very, very close to the previous project. So similar adjacencies to Jackson Park and the Obama presidential site, as well as Mount Carmel High School. And sorry, I'm trying to skip ahead here. And then again, located within this cluster between the Metro Tracks and Stony Island, where there's quite a bit of city-owned vacant land and as a focus area for the Come Home initiative. It is, as Agnes had previously mentioned, an RM5 district, and the project is strictly compliant with that zoning designation. This is an LPO only. There are no other city subsidies or approvals required. In terms of the planning context, again, this is part of the Woodlawn TIF and once again achieves the goals of supporting infill housing and improved pedestrian streetscape and conditions and streetscaping. And again, there are adjacent nearby plans for Jackson Park and South Shore. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Agnes again, the applicant's attorney, to present the project.
Thank you, Justin. And since this is Agnes Pleka, for the record, attorney for the applicant and the ownership, and to save your precious time, since you still have a lot to go through the agenda, let's just go to slide number 10, which again shows the original proposed rendering and then revised based on the DPD and CDOT's feedback. So again, this is basically the whole presentation that we had for the prior project applies to this one. So again, we revised the entry from the side to front. We changed the front elevation to do brick throughout the street facing facade. We will be reconstructing the sidewalk on this development site toward the corner of Dorchester as well. And again, we are hoping to complete this project in spring of 2024. All the prior testimony and presentation applies in terms of community outreach, in terms of the site plan and floor plans. We basically have identical building with the same 5 dwelling units that we discussed before. And we also believe that this particular development, which is across the street on the north side of 65th, will be benefiting the subject community. We will eliminate the vacancies. We will provide additional housing units. We will provide additional security, promote reactivation of 65th Street commercial corridor. And with that, we ask you for your favorable consideration and support. And thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your thoughtful comments and suggestions. we will definitely take them to heart. Thank you. Justin?
Yes, thanks, Agnes. Again, Justin Peterson with the Department of Planning and Development. DPD has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and concluded the proposal complies with the applicable policies of the Lakefront Plan of Chicago and the purposes of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance based on the following policies: policy number 8, policy number 10, policy number 14. Department of Planning and Development has determined that policies not enumerated here are not applicable or not primary objectives of the proposal. Please refer again to the staff report regarding details of the project and plans identified here today. And based on the findings of this report, it's a recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development that this application, being in conformance with the provisions of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance, be approved, subject to compliance with the plans presented today. And again, DPD staff and representatives of the development team are here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Justin. Are there any additional comments or questions on this item from the commissioners? Okay, I think we're good to ask for a motion on this one. Do I have a motion on a proposed Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Ordinance application submitted by Dom Acquisitions LLC for the property generally located at 1410 East 65th Place, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved, Biagi.
Motion by Commissioner Biagi. Do I have a second?
Escareno second.
Thank you, Commissioner Escareno. Roll call vote. So Biagi, you want to confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Escareno, you want to confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Murphy?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank
And
you, commissioners, for your time and patience with us.
Commissioner Cox, you had something else to say?
Yes, aside from the vote on these two, the public testimony that we heard earlier today just reminds me of how important it's going to be to engage the existing residents who are there, specifically in the Come Home project, because they're going to see a rapid acceleration of development in that area. And it sounds like from the comments that they don't know that is going to happen. And I would hate for there to be kind of pushback because we haven't engaged the existing residents deeply. So that's really just a message to my own team that as we accelerate the infill of Woodlawn, and fortunately it will be anchored by home ownership and it will be anchored by affordability, that we kind of need to lay the groundwork to make sure that the kind of misinformation that we saw evidence in the earlier testimony doesn't continue and block the potential progress of finally seeing private development happen in Woodlawn. So just it's a note to self, a note to my team that we've got to really double down on our engagement work so that the existing community is prepared to receive this development in a positive light.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to the next item. Next item on the agenda is D9, a proposed industrial corridor map at Mettman located within the North Branch Industrial Corridor submitted by American Property Holdings, LLC, for the property generally located at 936 North Alston Avenue. The applicant proposes to rezone the property from M3-3 Heavy Industry District to B2-2 Neighborhood Mixed Use District to allow for the renovation and reuse of the existing building into a single family home with a maximum allowable floor area ratio of 2.2. And this is in the 27th Ward. Max Lyon will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Max Lyon with the Department of Planning and Development. I'm the lead planner for this proposal. Today, I'm joined by representatives of the project team who are seeking review for an industrial corridor map amendment at 936 North Elston Avenue. The applicant, American Property Holdings LLC, proposes a zoning change at the property, converting it from an M3-3 heavy industry district to a B2-2 neighborhood mixed-use district. This change would allow residential as a permitted use, enabling the applicant to renovate the existing building into a single-family home. Minimal exterior work is proposed, and the existing FAR of 1.1 will remain unchanged and below the maximum permitted 2.2. The property lies within the Westtown community area, which houses a population of almost 90,000. Employment in Westtown primarily center around professional services, but also include healthcare and finance sectors. Additionally, the amount of occupied dwellings in this area is 4% higher than the citywide average. The subject site is generally located at 936 North Elston within the North Branch Industrial Corridor and is governed by the North Branch Framework Plan of 2017. As illustrated by the gray cross hatching in this image, and give me 1 second, just completely lost my place. As illustrated by the gray cross hatching, the site is located just outside the North Branch Corridor overlay, but just within the black outline of the industrial corridor itself. Since the proposal involves a zoning change within the industrial corridor, it triggers a review by Plan Commission pursuant to section 17-13-0400. While much of the nearby properties of the North Branch Industrial Corridor are in planned manufacturing districts, or PMDs, seen here in purple, immediate vicinity around the site consists mostly of small-scale single and multifamily homes. The proposed zoning change would convert the property to a B2-2, which is similar to the other properties in the same and surrounding blocks. The proposed residential use is also consistent with both the RT zoned residential neighborhood just to the south and the recent B2 zoned residential developments in the same block. The site's unique geometry is created by two joined parcels, Lot 10 along Elston and Lot 3 along Augusta. Lot 10 contains an existing two-story masonry building that will be renovated and reused as a single-family home, while Lot 3 contains an existing garage and vehicular access from Augusta. The two lots are bisected at their elbow by the raised embankment of several Metra and UP railroad tracks. Although not currently displayed in the satellite image, a recent multifamily residential development now occupies the corner lot at Elston and Augusta. At street level, we see the existing masonry building on Elston, currently unused, flanked by several low-rise homes to the north or to the right in this image, and a vacant lot to the west or to the left. The aforementioned multifamily development at the corner is partially seen all the way to the right. And these close-ups show the property's street frontages along Elston and Augusta. The property's garage and driveway are visible in the right image, while the existing masonry facade to be renovated is on the left. With that, I will turn the presentation over to the applicant's attorney, Braden Lord, who will further explain the details of this proposal. Braden?
Thank you so much, Max. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
All right. Well, thanks, Max. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Max and Noah for all of their guidance with developing and refining this proposal. They have been incredibly helpful, and I will try to thank them by going through these slides quickly. My name is Braden Lord. I am an attorney with the law firm of Taft, Stettinius, and Hollister LLP. And I, along with my colleague Ed Kuss, represent the applicant and property owner, American Property Holdings LLC. I am joined today by Mario Short, who is the managing member of the applicant, as well as by Adrian Morozen of Olympus Design and Development, who's our project architect. To add a few relevant background details. Mario closed on the purchase of this property last year with the intent to renovate the existing building for use as a single-family home and specifically as his own personal residence. The existing building requires a lot of rehabilitation, but it does include existing residential fixtures and appliances, which suggests that there was residential use of the property at some point in the past. our proposed type 1 zoning map amendment will allow Mario to establish or reestablish that residential use. As Max mentioned, the property is located within the North Branch Industrial Corridor, which is governed in part by the North Branch Industrial Corridor Framework Plan. That framework plan has a number of objectives which will be advanced by this proposal, including the adaptive reuse of existing structures that maintain the architectural character of the built environment, and the introduction of mixed commercial, residential, and industrial uses where it's contextually appropriate. The applicant's proposal allows for the substantial preservation of the existing building at the site, which has a brick and masonry facade and design that's typical of many of the older industrial and commercial buildings remaining in the corridor. And the proposal allows for the establishment of a residential use that is expressly permitted in this section of the corridor and is consistent with, as Max mentioned, the surrounding residential uses and development trends in the area. Max, if we could go to the next slide. The applicant's type 1 application was filed and introduced on January 26th of last year. The applicant engaged in various forms of outreach thereafter. That includes a meeting with the Neighbors of River West on June 6, 2022. That organization has since issued a letter of support, and a meeting with Alderman Burnett's office, who recommended the meeting with the Neighbors of River West and generally expressed their support. I will defer to the alderman if he is still here to comment. Additionally, the applicant shared its proposal with CDOT, MOPD, and Fire. CDOT approved the plans. MOPD confirmed that the proposal is compliant, but does not require further accessibility review, and Fire similarly confirmed that the proposal doesn't raise any issues or actually require formal site review because of the manner in which we are simply using the existing building at the site. Max, I'll have us go to the next slide. On this slide, you can see the proposed site plan for the project. The site plan also illustrates how irregular the subject property is. You can see that the existing building fronts on Elston Avenue and sits on sort of the eastern leg of the site. And then the existing garage and driveway sit on the sort of northern leg of the site that fronts on Augusta Boulevard. The site plan dimensions will be largely unchanged. Floor plans provide a better depiction of what is planned. If we could go to that slide, there we have it. This slide includes the first, second, and third floor plans. You can see that the applicant proposes first to renovate and improve the interior layout of the first and second floors of the existing building. And then second, the applicant plans to construct a third floor addition to the building. That's the top section of this slide. That third floor addition will be set back from the east and west boundaries of the property in a manner such that it will not be visible at all from the east or front elevation along Elston Avenue. That addition will consist of approximately 545 square feet of interior space and two exterior decks with 440 and 316 square feet of exterior space, respectively. The existing garage and driveway will remain largely unchanged, except for the addition, which you can see in the top left corner of the slide, of a sod strip along the west side of that leg of the property, along the driveway, to improve the buffer from the property to the west along Augusta. These renovations in total will add approximately 858 square feet of floor area and approximately 10 feet of building height, but will remain well within the applicable FAR and height limits for this use in the B22 district. Go to the next slide. This slide includes the building elevations for our proposal. As they show, the applicant will by and large maintain the existing red brick and masonry facade in terms of materials and design. The only changes visible from Elston, from the front, will be upgrades to the existing windows and then a handful of new openings for additional windows and an improved and enlarged entryway door area. We go to the next slide. In terms of project benefits, this proposal will allow for substantial investment in and reactivation, rehabilitation, and preservation of a long vacant building that architecturally contributes to the industrial heritage of the corridor. The applicant specifically anticipates investing about $845,000 in the redevelopment project all in. Furthermore, the project will add to the housing stock in what is a increasingly prosperous and developing surrounding area, and at a transit-served location. This property is near the Chicago Avenue Blue Line CTA station and the Chicago Avenue CTA bus line corridor. The project will do this in a manner that is consistent with the residential uses to the north, south, and west of the site, and in a manner which will not threaten surrounding and future industrial or commercial uses. And with that, I will hand this back to Max.
All right, thank you, Braden. Again, Max Lyon with DPD. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and have concluded that the proposed industrial corridor map amendment would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed zoning change is consistent with the North Branch Framework Plan and with the already present zoning trends of the area. The rezoning will not adversely affect the industrial corridor's continued viability, and the residential use type proposed is consistent with and compatible with the existing area. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator for the Department of Planning and Development that this application for a Type 1 industrial corridor map amendment be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Please refer to my staff report for more details regarding this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Do the commissioners have any comments or questions of the staff for the applicant? Not seeing any comments. I don't believe Alderman Burnett is still here. Oh, you are here.
I'm back.
You're
I'm
back.
back.
Thank you. Do you want to speak on this item?
Sure, and I'm sorry I got cut off earlier, but I vote yes on everything else that was before this that I didn't vote on. Also, yeah, so as the councilor said, they did take this project to the local community organization, which is in this case, the Neighbors of River West. There was a community meeting. They made some adjustments and everyone was in support of it. So I'm in support of it also. And of course, I have to recuse myself on this one, but we support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. Again, just following up if there's any comments or questions from the commissioners on this item. Doesn't look like there are any. Okay, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion. Do I have a motion on a proposed industrial corridor map amendment located within the North Branch Industrial Corridor submitted by American Property Holdings LLC? Excuse me, for the property generally located at 936 North Elston Avenue, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Brumfield.
Thank you, Commissioner Brumfield. Do I have a second?
Yes, second.
Go ahead, Pinheiro.
Second by Commissioner Piñeiro. Thank you. Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield, can you confirm?
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Burnett is a recusal. Commissioner Cox? Commissioner Cox, are you still here? No, okay. Commissioner Escareño. Did we lose Escareño as well? Okay. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Piñero, can you confirm? Yes. Commissioner Soto,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Tillman,
Yes.
thank you. I believe that is it. Commissioner Tenney, in case you are around, I see you're on. Nope, no response. Okay. Noah, are those enough
Yep.
votes?
We
Yeah.
have 7. We're good.
Okay, perfect. Motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
May I say thank you to the commissioners as well?
You are welcome. Thank you. Okay. Next item on the agenda is item D10, a proposed amendment to residential plan development number 1551, PD number 1551, submitted by DK Chestnut LLC for the property generally located at 330 West Chestnut Street. The applicant proposes to amend PD number 1551 to construct a 125-foot, 8 inches tall residential building containing approximately 128 dwelling units and 11 parking spaces. A 2.86 FAR bonus will be taken, and the overall FAR of the plan development will be a 7.86. And this is in the 27th Ward. Josh Sun will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Hi, good afternoon. Can I just check that you can hear me?
As we can. Thank you, Josh.
Perfect, thank you. For the record, my name is Josh Sun with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed amendment to PD 1551 is generally located at 330 West Chestnut Street and located within the near North Side community area within the 27th Ward. Again, as previously mentioned, the applicant is DK Chestnut LLC. The request is being submitted as an amendment to Plan Development 1551 pursuant to the provisions of the Chicago Zoning Ordinance Title 17 of the Municipal Code of Chicago, due to the fact that the amendment seeks to utilize the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund bonus. Additionally, the amendment proposes modifications to the balconies, ground floor circulation, and the rooftop mechanical penthouse. The proposed amendment is located in the near North Side community area where household sizes were majority one-person households at 56.9%, followed by two-person households at 34.5% between the years of 2015 and 2019. The site is located near the number 66 Chicago Avenue bus route and within 2,600 feet of the Chicago Avenue CTA Brown and Purple L station. These aerials show the proposed site looking northwest on the left, looking southeast on the right. At the pedestrian level, these images show the existing conditions looking north on Orleans, southeast at the Orleans and Locust intersection, east down Chestnut, looking west on Chestnut from Franklin, up the alley away from Chestnut, and then looking south from Locust. The proposal can be seen in context with existing and proposed buildings here, which gives an idea of the density in the area. Looking east on the left, and then looking northwest on the right. And with that, I will hand over the presentation to Katie Jenke-Dale, who is representing the applicant team.
Thank you, Josh. For the record, my name is Katie Jenke-Dale from the law firm of DLA Piper, and along with my colleague Rich Clouder, we represent the applicant for this matter, which is an affiliate of or an entity created by local Draper and Kramer. Can you switch slides, Josh? This project is in the Central Area Plan, or subject to the Central Area Plan and the Central Area Action Plan. Next slide. The PD was originally approved in October of last year. The main driver for today's amendment is the FAR change, which cannot be done administratively, but the design has also evolved since the approval in October. So we've incorporated those today in the new amendment request today. I will now turn the presentation over to Mike Bruckla from Fitzgerald Associates, the project architect, and he'll run through those changes. Mike?
Sorry.
We,
Can people hear me?
now we can. Yep.
Great. So just briefly, as Katie said, the building is fundamentally the same as the October submission. What highlighted on the slides here is that the south corner of the building, the balconies, slightly modified as opposed to what in the previous one. If you go to the next slide, you can see that on the southeast corner, what was balcony area is now glazed area for that section. It also highlights the wall along the alley where the entry doors are. If you go to the next slide, this just shows in plan prior version, which had multiple garage doors off the alley serving the entrances. In the current plan, we have 2 garage doors, an in and an out, and the loading berth is on the property, but just outside the building, parallel to the alley. So that simplifies that elevation. Next slide. Just an elevation, again, showing the same thing, the distinction between what was balcony and enclosed space on the south side. Next slide. Similarly, the view, the alley elevation, and again, you can see greatly reduced the number of doors into the parking garage area, and the loading area is parallel to the alley adjacent to the building. And next, I think that was it as far as the fundamental changes to the building.
Thanks, Mike. The economic and community benefits will not change with this amendment, and notably the affordable housing strategy, which would be 20% on site, is not changing as well. We've worked closely with Alderman Burnett and the Near North Unity program throughout both the initial approval and this technical amendment. We'd like to thank them and DPD for their assistance, and Mike and I are available for any questions. Back to Josh.
Thanks, Katie. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed amendment would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed amendment allows PD 1551 to remain a unified development per 17-8-0102. The amendment still promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood per 17-8-0103. The proposed amendment promotes a level of amenities appropriate to the nature and scale of the project per 17-8-0104. The project further meets the purpose and criteria set forth in the zoning ordinance, and its adoption would not have any adverse impact on the public's health, safety, or welfare. Per 1713-0308-B, the proposed amendment is appropriate because of significant changes in the character of the area due to public facility capacity, other rezonings, or growth and development trends. The proposed amendment is compatible with nearby mixed-use developments and post-industrial redevelopments in terms of land use, along with density and scale of the physical structure. And lastly, the public infrastructure facilities and city services will be adequate to serve the proposed development at the time of occupancy, and the project will comply with the requirements for access in case of fire and other emergencies. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to amend Plan Development 1551 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Buildings Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Do the commissioners have any comments or questions of the staff for the applicant? No? Okay. Alderman Burnett, would you like to speak on this item?
Yeah, so myself and the community don't have a problem with this amendment. We think it's fine, so we ask for the body support also. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, if there are no follow-up questions or comments from the commissioners, we'll go and ask for a motion on this item. Do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to residential plan development number 1551 submitted by DK Chestnut LLC for the property generally located at 330 West Chestnut Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Brumfield.
Thank you, Commissioner Brumfield. Do I have a second?
Second, Tillman.
Thank you, Commissioner Tillman. Roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett is a recusal. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Thank you. And I think you also wanted to go on record on the last one as a yes, correct?
Yes,
On item
I'm-
D9.
Yes, I am a yes on the last item as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner. Not here. Okay, Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Murphy.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Piñeiro.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Moving along. The next item on the agenda is D11, a proposed amendment to business plan development number 1458, submitted by 1234 West Randolph Developer LLC for the property generally located at 1200-34 West Randolph Street. The applicant proposes to amend PD 1458 to rezone the site from BPD 1458 to DX7. And then to a residential business plan development number 1458 as amended. The applicant proposes to construct a new 42-story, 460-foot tall mixed-use building containing 395 dwelling units, ground floor commercial space, 113 parking spaces, and 290 bicycle parking spaces. A 4.5 FAR bonus will be taken only off of sub-area A, and the resulting FAR of the overall plan development will have a maximum of 8.79. And this is also in the 27th Ward. Josh Sun will provide the context overview, and the applicant will present their proposal.
Hi, good afternoon again. For the record, my name is Josh Sun with the Department of Planning and Development. This proposed amendment to PD 1458, again, is generally located at 1234 West Randolph Street and is located within the near West Side community area within the 27th Ward. The applicant is 1234 West Randolph Developer LLC. The request is being submitted as an amendment to Plan Development 1458 pursuant to the provisions of the Chicago Zoning Ordinance Title 17 of the Municipal Code of Chicago, due to the fact that the proposed project would result in a residential building taller than 155 feet in an underlying DX-7 downtown mixed-use district. The proposed site is located in the near West Side community area, where in 2020, the population totaled about 67,800 people. The average household size was about 1.9 people, and the estimated median income was about $93,200 per year. The zoning map illustrates the site abuts a pedestrian street and is surrounded by a mix of uses consisting of manufacturing, business, and other PDs. The proposed development is considered a transit-served location and is located 1,300 feet from the Morgan Station along the CTA Green and Pink Line, and about 2,700 feet from the Ashland Station along the CTA Green and Pink Line. The site is located approximately 1,050 feet from the Madison Street bus line corridor roadway segments, which is also known as the CTA Route 20. These photos show existing conditions looking east along Randolph, looking north from Willard Court, and looking northwest from Randolph. And with that, I will hand it over to Michael Esger, who is representing the applicant team.
Thank you, Josh. Madam Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Michael Esger from the law firm of Acosta Esger, representing the applicant, 1234 West Randolph Developer LLC. And we certainly considered the planning context of the area, the West Loop design guidelines, were thoughtfully adhered to, as you'll see, by SCB when we get to the presentation. And the key was to have a taller, thinner building and preserve a pedestrian experience along Randolph Street. The other, if we go to the next slide, the property is also located within the Fulton Market Innovation District. And this also informed the project, which is very consistent in terms of promoting mixed use and income developments. We note that we have 20% affordable on site, which is a total of 79 affordable units. We also the project was improving transportation. It is a TSL transit-oriented project, and it respects the intent and new ordinance in terms of reduced parking, increased bicycle and other modes of transportation use. And finally, in keeping with the plan, this project helps preserve and protect the city winery building that is directly in sub-area B to our east. If we go to the next slide, we can talk about the project timeline. So this was approved back in 2019 as a hotel project, and the new project seeks to convert from a hotel use to a residential use. And in doing so, there's a new design and a new FAR. We went through a community process. The 27th Ward, Alderman Burnett has outlined a solid process. We saw the West Central Association, the neighbors of West Loop, met with various neighbors and had a full community meeting that the alderman attended as well. And it went well in the community. The main features of the community engagement were surrounding the transportation at the site. Right now, this site is more of an industrial warehouse and manufacturing use with trucks and semi-trucks. And we figured out with CDOT, working closely with them and the traffic consultant to KLOA, Louie Abuna, we figured out how to consolidate traffic and improve the street frontage, working also closely with City Winery to make sure that the new project will greatly improve the pedestrian experience and the traffic flow in the area. Next slide. Working years ago with the Department of Planning and the West Central Association, there is a database of buildings that the West Central Association hosts, that because many of the approved and not yet built projects are not showing in Google Earth. So many architects and project teams work out of the same database so that you're seeing a consistent view of what is happening in the area and the trend of development in the area. This is looking at our building in the pink, looking northeast, and the next slide will show it looking to the south and west. Next slide shows it looking straight north, and again gives an idea of the context for an area that may not be otherwise evident as you walk the streets or look in Google Earth. I think the next slide, I'll turn it over to Chris Pemberton at SCB, and he can walk you through the design. Thank you, Chris.
Great. Thanks, Michael. My name is Chris Pemberton with Solomon Cordwell Benz. We're the architect for the project. There's some initial slides here that show some of the conceptual thinking for the project, where we really looked at the context and the base of the building, how it was fitting in. And then you can see the main shaft of the tower in the second image from the left, extending up as a tall, slender form into which we insert a jewel-like element. All of these are the apartments in these two. So if you go to the next slide, you can see some images of a study model we made, just really telling the same story, but showing you a little bit more of the context. Go to the next slide. And here's a rendered view with some of the ongoing development ghosted in, but this is looking northwest. You go to the next view. Similar bird's eye aerial view looking northeast back towards the city. Go to the next slide. And here we're down at eye level now, looking northeast. You can see Alhambra and then the proposed base of our building. If you go to the next slide, we come over and see, if we're standing by City Winery looking back towards the site, you can see how the stepping of the various forms along the streetscape has been modulated. You go to the next slide. A little closer in, we can see the base of the building, proposed retail use, the sidewalks, and you get a sense of scale for the building itself and what the pedestrian experience would be like. And just to the back, you can see our canopy sticking out, which is the main entrance to the building. Go to the next. Pulling across the street, you can see that entrance to the building is expressed with a vertical element and a trellis above it. You can see people standing on top of our parking garage. That is a amenity for the apartments, but you can see that it's a very lively base. So we have the residential entry, or the first 3 bays from the left, and then the next 3 bays are proposed retail space, and then beyond that is the garden of City Winery to the right of this image. Next. Looking at the ground floor plan, really just showing again what I described, the lobby in yellow, the first 3 bays, retail in pink, and then the City Winery space. That is it is distinct, but it helps you to understand the articulation of the sidewalks. Next is a typical garage plan. Next. Side by side of our amenity at level 5 on the left, and then our typical residential plan from level 6 to 32 on the right. Next. Next slide, please. This was some of the analysis that was included as we started to think about opportunities for the landscaping. The image at the top is standing at the base of Willard Court looking due north. And these were some of our observations about pedestrian movements and some of the benefits and the challenges that we faced. Go to the next one. This is our proposed sidewalk treatment. You can see how we have, similar to the previously approved scheme, we have a space instead of the nose-in parking that occurs on either side of the property. The sidewalk comes out. It allows for gracious tree plantings with integrated benches, and you can see where the retail space potentially could have some planters and tables and things to activate what is really a nice wide sidewalk here. Next. This just gave a sense of some of the planting palettes that have been considered. Next, please. And then the elevations are included. So here's the south elevation. Go to the next one, the north elevation, and then the 2 side elevations, the west on the left and the east on the right. Next, please. Finally, a building section here. You can see primarily the retail base, and then 3 levels of the garage. The blue are the amenities, and then the residential in yellow. And then finally, a detail was included here that just gives you a sense of the screen wall. We did a lot of work with the planning staff, trying to make sure that we had the right vocabulary and architectural expression here. So this is a detail that is included showing the cladding of the garage. And I think I hand back to Michael at this point. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. As relates to the traffic study and findings, much of the planning was done at the previous approval to organize the street frontage, as I mentioned, and that was for a hotel with a very active food and beverage presence. The residential uses now will generate even less traffic trip generation according to the traffic impact study, and certainly we're organizing the frontage for proper pickup and drop off to maximize that effect. The next slide deals with the planning, standards and review standards, and certainly the building was again designed with the West Loop design guidelines in mind, and the zoning code that features a pedestrian experience and base of the building that is contextual with the surrounding area, the surrounding heights of the neighboring buildings, and the tower is designed such that it is set back from Randolph Street in a way that has just reduces the massing from the street, and certainly clad with high quality materials. The next slide, in keeping with the transportation, again, transit oriented nature of the project, Randolph Street has now also become a pedestrian street, which informed the project, and the 18-foot wide public alley to the north of the site also allows for easy automobile entrance and exit from the parking garage, as well as loading on site. Next slide. the project will meet or exceed the 100 points of the sustainability matrix, and we receive stormwater compliance as well through the process. The next slide. Working closely with Alderman Burnett at his initial suggestion of wanting the affordable on-site, and then working with the new 2021 ARO with the Department of Housing, this will generate 79 on-site units, which will is a tremendous contribution to the ARO, and these will be at an average of 60% AMI. Next slide. Our other commitment to the Alderman was not just MBWB, but local hiring and working with a contractor, with a majority and minority contractor, as well as, the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund and your job creation. This project will contribute much to the area and the city. Next slide. I'm turning it back over to you, Josh. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant, and we have concluded that the proposed amendment would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposed amendment is in general conformance with the Fulton Market Innovation District Plan, along with the West Loop Design Guidelines, and the proposed amendment promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. All sides and areas of the buildings that are visible to the public are to be treated with materials, finishes, and architectural details that are of high quality and appropriate for use on primary public right-of-way facing facades. The proposed amendment promotes transit, pedestrian, and bicycle use, ensures accessibility for persons with disabilities, and minimizes conflicts with existing traffic patterns in the vicinity. And the proposed building orientation and massing creates active street walls. Please refer to my staff report for further details regarding this project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, it is the recommendation of the zoning administrator of the Department of Planning and Development that this application to amend Plan Development 1458 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh, and the development team for the presentation. Are there any comments or questions for the staff or the applicant on this item? Okay, not seeing any hands go up. Or Commissioner Cox?
Thank you. I know this has been a long meeting and we're all trying to get to the conclusion here, but I think I would be remiss if I did not comment at least on the design evolution of this project, and to thank the designer and developer for their willingness to work with DPD. And very specifically with the Committee on Design, who I know had a recommendation to really engage the street and move the building to the zero lot line. And it has, I think, resulted in the very best case for, trying to animate the street. And I know, I hope that the development team found that engagement to be helpful, that it actually improved the project. I think it's superior and in terms of the outcome. So, once again, a very strong response from a very strong development company. And so we just appreciate the results of that effort, and looking forward to voting on this one.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. I see Mr. Gollop's hand go up. Would you like to make a comment?
Yes, Commissioner Cox, you beat me to the punch on that one. I was going to say the same thing. Basically thanking you and the Department of Planning and the Committee on Design on working on this project. It went through a couple different iterations, and I think the collaborative nature of working together, but this is the second project we've done in Fulton Market this last 12-18 months with the department and Committee on Design. And again, I agree with you. I think the end result is great, and we do appreciate all the effort that everybody puts into these projects on the city's behalf, and also on the Committee on Design's behalf. So I just want to, you beat me to the punch, so I appreciate it, and thank you very much for the compliment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Burnett, are you still here? Would you like to make a statement on this item?
Sure. So as the counselor said, they did meet with the two local community organizations. We had a community meeting. The building is very stunning. There were a lot of great comments about the way the outdoor cafe or the openings or the street is there. Also with the green space that they put outside. It was very nice. The community really appreciate this design. The community supported, I supported, I asked for the committee support also. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, do I have a motion on a proposed amendment to business plan development number 1458 submitted by 1234 West Randolph Developer LLC for the property generally located at 1200-34 West Randolph Street, finding that it meets the requirements for approval?
So moved by Commissioner Brumfield.
And seconded.
Motion by Brumfield and second by Commissioner Cox. Okay, roll call vote. There's not a lot of us left. So Commissioner Biaggi. I need your vote, Commissioner Biaggi.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Brumfield.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett, I think you're recusal on this one. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Murphy, I believe, stepped away. Commissioner Piñeiro.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Soto.
Yes.
Thank you. And Commissioner Tillman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congrats to the team.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Okay. Last item that we need a vote on, and then there's the informational presentation. So hang in there. The next item on the regular agenda is D12, a proposed amendment to residential business plan development number 252 submitted by AH 441 Erie LLC for the property generally located at 426-448 East Ontario Street and 427-441 East Erie Street. The applicant proposes to add hotel as a permitted use to allow for the renovation of an existing mixed-use office building by converting 100,000 square feet of office space into 101 hotel rooms. This is in the 42nd Ward. Emily Thrun will provide the context overview and the applicant will present their proposal.
Chairwoman, it's Noah. Kamal, can you please give Emily sharing rights?
Got it.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Emily Thrun with the Department of Planning and Development. The applicant appears here today because they are proposing to amend residential business plan development number 252 to add hotel as a permitted use to allow for the renovation of an existing mixed-use building by converting over 100,000 square feet of office space into 101 hotel rooms. The subject site is located in the near North Side community area. Over 42% of the residents are between the ages of 20 and 34. 83% of the residents have a bachelor's degree or higher, and the median household income is just over $109,000. The site contains an existing 60-story building that is bordered by East Erie Street to the north, a 30-story building to the east, East Ontario Street to the south, and a 10-story building to the west. The site is located within a transit-served location and is located near numerous CTA bus lines. The site is located in residential business plan development number 252, which was originally adopted in 1980 and last amended in 2007. The zoning districts in the immediate area are DX-12 and plan development number 1161. The site is located in the private use zone of the Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection District. The applicant received a Lake Michigan and Chicago Lakefront Protection Exemption Letter in July 2022 for the minimal work proposed to the facade of the building. The proposal to convert office space to hotel rooms does not exceed 50% of the total cost of replacement of the existing structure and does not increase the site coverage nor the height of the rehabilitated structure. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly institutional, residential, commercial, and parking. This is an aerial view of the existing building from the southeast. And here are a few street level images showing the conditions along Ontario and Erie streets. This is a view of the interior space that will be built out to accommodate the hotel use. The next two slides include pedestrian level views of the proposed project. This is a view of the building along East Ontario Street looking west. And here is a view of the building along East Ontario Street looking east. The proposal is subject to the Chicago Central Area Action Plan and the Central Area Action Plan, which was adopted in 2003 and 2009. The plans support creating a vibrant, high-density, mixed-use central area. Now I will turn the presentation over to Chris Leach, the applicant's attorney, who will further explain the details of the proposal.
Thank you, Emily. Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Chicago Plan Commission. My name is Chris Leach. I'm a partner, and my partner Meg George and I are the attorneys for the applicant AH-441 Erie LLC in connection with the amendment to PD 252. The applicant began this amendment process by first meeting with Alderman Riley, in whose ward the property is located. In accordance with his longstanding policy, we conducted a community meeting on March 9th, 2022 with SOAR, the Streeterville Organization of Active Residents, explaining the proposed amendment. SOAR expressed several operational concerns that the applicant agreed to address all the concerns of SOAR and had concerning the proposed hotel operation. After addressing SOAR's concerns, the applicant filed the PD amendment on June 22nd, 2022. And at this time, I will turn over the presentation to Scott, the architect, Scott Brindle, who's an architect for Noor Architects, to go through the architectural slides of the presentation.
Chris, for the record, this is Scott Brindle with Noor Architects and Engineers. We're the architects working on this project with. This is a pretty straightforward project where we're just converting the floors 6 through 10, which were previously doctors' offices and got hit pretty hard with COVID and closed down to a vacant space. And we're converting this over to 101 hotel rooms. This is a building at 446 East Ontario. You can go to the next slide here. The first floor is just showing that the hotel entry is on the south entrance of the building. The building spans the complete block from Erie Street to Ontario Street, and the hotel entrance for floors 6 and 10 will be on the south. We're not proposing any changes to the first floor. The landscaping is existing to remain, and the entrance is existing to remain. All 3 elevators will be the elevators that we use for the hotel room, and the lobby is getting a refresh, but no vertical construction, no walls are different. Next slide, please. Where we do start changing the building is on the 6th floor. And what we're doing is, if you remember the aerial shot that we had, the floors 6 through 10 on both the north and south side have an enclosed atrium that has sloped glass that covers there, that flanks the sloped concrete walls in this building. It should be noted this building is a Skidmore and Merle's building, more specifically Foslier Khan, who worked on the Sears Tower Hancock building, and this was, I believe, his last project. He died during the design of this project. It's got its place in the historical landscape of Chicago, as this is a historic building and changed a lot of the ways that concrete buildings are done. So as a bit of an architecture nerd myself, I was really proud and happy to work on this project and carry on the legacy of this historic building in Chicago. So basically on the 6th floor, you can see these green areas where we opened up those covered atriums that are currently covered with glass. We are removing the glass and opening up these explored atriums so that we get light to the hotel rooms, given the area of amenity for all the hotel guests to go and enjoy the outside air. Next slide, please. There's already some green roof on this building on the very top. We are not touching it. We've kind of highlighted in green where the green planters are existing, and we've met and exceeded slightly by the agreement requirements of Chicago. Next slide. Just go through all the elevations here. You can see in the center section on between floors 6 through 10, this was up to 57 floors, and all floors 11 through 57, or actually 12 through 57, are existing apartments. So it's very common that people are living here, and floors 6 to 10, we always. I don't know, there's a bit of a lag.
So we're having issues with the audio. If tech support can look into it.
Oh, could you guys hear me?
You were breaking up, so we can hear you now. So let's see if, okay.
Maybe if you can turn off your camera, that will help.
Okay. Turning off the camera and hopefully getting a little bit more of a smooth audio stream here. The only part of the building we're affecting is the center sofa section of floor 6 to 10, which used to have a all glass covering it. We're opening it up and putting putting some vertical walls in that give floor to ceiling glass for all the hotel guests and give them a view of the exposed. Next slide, please. You guys can see probably what has been referred to like the Argyle pattern of this is the blacked out concrete structure that is diagonally braced at kind of a historic skyline fashion of Chicago. We're not affecting that at all. Floors 12 through 57 will remain. And on the east and west elevations, next slide, please. The elevations remain unchanged. The north and south are the only elevations that change, and we are just changing the curtain wall in the center and opening up the atrium that exists there outside area. So in section, you can see the two elements that we are changing in this building. It is opening up the previously the diagonal areas on the left and the right were currently exposed, or sorry, currently covered in glass. We're exposing the vertical walls that are existing to the outside air to give amenity space and planners to this building. That typical wall construction is a very robust, energy efficient, and fire protected construction that we use quite a bit. We utilize metal studs, 2 layers of gypsum wall, and mineral wool insulation for really well with the existing concrete nature of this building. Let's talk about this slide a little bit before. The hotel entrance stays the same, and entrance on Ontario Street. I guess my architectural presentation is done. I'll give it back to Chris Leach. Chris, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. This was reviewed by our traffic engineer, Kimberly Horn, and that this and their summary was that the would not add any significant traffic to the area, and that the area streets would be able to handle any insignificant traffic. That was the words from the report. Next, please. And Scott, if you can handle this one, then I'll handle the community benefits one.
Yeah, absolutely. The street view remains more or less the same on floors 1 through 5. This is there's a parking garage that is being covered up on floors 2 through 5. Here, I'm not sure if that's actually correct, but from this exact view. But everything's existing to remain. You can see at the proposed street view that we have, we are just opening up that black glass, and nothing changes too much from these street view that is existing. The landscape plan is existing to remain. There's existing planters and existing trees at both the various streets, and those are not being affected by this change. And material sample legend Right now, the design intent is clad metal paneling, tried and true system that's used quite a bit in Chicago, and NOR uses it quite often. And then Peerless G200 windows floor to ceiling window wall will be installed on all the hotel rooms that face the amenity spaces. Sustainable, we met and exceeded the sustainable features required by the Chicago Sustainable Policy in 2017. This is we're using efficient HVAC systems. We're utilizing the transit development of this project and using
Art, we lost your audio. I think your microphone is really bad.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, it's bad audio, but we can hear.
Sorry about that. It's usually the problem, but we're meeting and exceeding the Chicago Sustainable Development Policy of 2017 and utilizing very efficient HVAC.
All right, thank you very much, Scott. So this project, since it is involving 101 hotel rooms as opposed to dwelling units, the proposed amendment does not trigger an ARO obligation. However, we have agreed with the Department of Housing and Department of Planning and Development, if any of the hotel rooms are ever converted to dwelling units, then we must consult with the Department of Housing to determine if any ARO obligation is triggered by that conversion. Next, please. With respect to our community benefits, this amendment will provide a $28 million investment in the near North Side area, turning vacant office space into active hotel rooms. It will provide 250 temporary construction jobs, 12 permanent hotel jobs, and an estimated annual hotel tax contribution of $1.2 million a year. In addition, the applicant is committed to achieving the MBE, WBE, and city hiring goals of 26%, 6%, and 50% in conjunction with the build out of the conversion of the office space. Before turning this back over to Emily Thrun to wrap up the PowerPoint presentation, on behalf of the applicant, I would like to thank Alderman Riley for his support of the project, Emily Thrun for all of her work on the project, and for all of you for your time today. And the developments team stands ready to answer any questions that you may have, and we ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you very much.
The Department of Planning and Development has reviewed the materials submitted by the applicant and has concluded that the proposal would be appropriate for the following reasons. The proposal is in compliance with the plan development standards and guidelines. The proposal promotes economically beneficial development patterns that are compatible with the character of the existing neighborhood. The proposal ensures a level of amenities appropriate to the nature and scale of the project, and the proposal promotes safe and efficient circulation of pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. Please refer to my staff report for further details on the project and the plans identified here today. Based on the foregoing, the zoning administrator recommends that the application to amend Residential Business Plan Development 252 be approved and forwarded to the City Council Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Do the commissioners have any questions of the staff or the applicant on this item? Okay, is Alderman Riley here or anybody from his office to make a statement on this item?
Chairwoman, it's Noah. I didn't see anyone on the call, but he did give a letter of support for the project.
Okay, thank you. If there are no comments or questions on this item, I'll go ahead and ask for a motion.
So move, Alderman Burnett, Commissioner Burnett.
Thank you, Commissioner Burnett. Do I have a second?
Second, Biagi.
Thank you. Commissioner Brunfield, are you around?
Yes, and yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cox.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Murphy, I think, has not come back. No, I don't see him. Okay, Commissioner Piñeiro? I see you, but I can't hear you.
Yes, how about now?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, okay, great.
Commissioner Soto?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tillman?
Yes.
And I see Commissioner Tunney.
Yes.
Thank you. Did I miss
Commis-
anybody?
Commissioner Barnett is a yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Motion passes. Congrats to the team.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome. So that was the last vote, but we do have an informational presentation next. So I'll go ahead and introduce that. An informational presentation on the 18th and Peoria Development Plan as part of an over $1 million investment in affordable housing announced in 2021. The city acquired an approximately 6-acre site generally located on the north side of 18th Street and Peoria Street. The 18th and Peoria Development Framework Plan seeks to create a comprehensive vision of the site that meets the residential and commercial needs of the community, fits within the existing context of the Pilsen neighborhood, and adds value to the property itself and surrounding areas. The goal of the development framework plan is to guide redevelopment of the site, excuse me, with multi-phase affordable housing development with supportive services and other ancillary uses such as public open space and commercial retail. The draft plan will be made available for 30 days to allow community feedback prior to adoption. James Harris will make the presentation.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, James. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. For the record, my name is James Harris. I'm a supervising planner for the West Region with the Department of Planning and Development. As the chairwoman mentioned, I'm here to provide an informational presentation on a development framework plan for a 6.3 acre site located at 18th and Peoria in the Pilsen neighborhood. To orient everyone, as shown here on the right, the site is located in the Pilsen neighborhood within the Lower West Side community area. And as shown on the left, the site is largely vacant. To start, and for context, I'll start off with a quick overview of our planning process. The planning process included 5 components as shown here. We conducted an existing conditions analysis, which analyzed past plans and studies, as well as demographic data, market trends, and housing needs. We conducted approximately 5 months of public engagement and outreach, including 4 public meetings and 5 stakeholder meetings. Based on the community feedback we received, we developed and refined 3 conceptual development and open space scenarios. And finally, we conducted a financial analysis of the final scenario that looked at a range of housing affordability between 65% and 100% affordable. Next, I'll go into the community outreach and engagement process in a little bit more detail. As part of the process, we formed a stakeholders group consisting of members of the community and residents active in Pilsen to provide guidance on our outreach and engagement strategy. As shown on the right, the timeline, the community engagement process began August 30th with the virtual kickoff meeting with stakeholders. In mid-September of last year, we hosted 2 stakeholders meetings focused on topics covered during October's public open house. On September 28th, we hosted a public kickoff meeting. On October 29th, we hosted an open house to gain feedback on the community's development and open space preferences. In mid-November, we had a checkpoint with our stakeholders group to review feedback from October's open house. We then took the feedback that we received from the October and November meetings and developed 3 scenarios, which we presented to the community at the December public meeting. And in January, we had another touch point with stakeholders before presenting the final open space and development scenarios on January 28th. We conducted a significant amount of outreach as shown in the infogram on the left, including distributing 5,000 flyers, processing over 1,600 comments and questions, and distributing several workshops in a box to community organizations. This is a snapshot of the stakeholder meetings and public meetings that we conducted. I do want to highlight particularly the second public meeting where we hosted a community open house. And during that second meeting, the community expressed a preference for a balance of housing typologies between mid-rise, high-rise, townhomes, 3 flats, and 6 flats. And on this slide, this is a continuation of summaries of our engagement sessions. And I want to highlight the third public meeting here. During the third public meeting, we presented 3 scenarios oriented around open space strategies that focused on a trailhead park, linear park, and pocket parks. We asked community members to discuss their likes and dislikes for each scenario. Community members tended to like the proportion of 3 and 4 bedroom units in each scenario, but disliked the amount of lower density housing and the inclusion of east-west streets. Here's a look at where we started. So on the left, you can see the where we started in terms of the 3 scenarios. We took the feedback and we were able to refine it into the scenarios that you see on the right. And I'll go into a little bit more detail. So in response to the feedback received, we increased the total unit count from a maximum of 351 units to 432. We included more density along the northern and southern edges of the site. We included elements of the trailhead and linear park scenarios, which were the community's preferred schemes. And finally, we minimized vehicular connections throughout the site. And here's a look at the recommended site massing. So next, I'll cover our planning recommendations. As part of the existing conditions analysis, we conducted a housing needs assessment, which found a deficit of 1,269 rental housing units for households making less than 30% of AMI in Pilsen. As such, the plan recommends housing programs that focus primarily on renter-occupied housing. The plan recommends incorporating a variety of housing types that appeal broadly to community preferences. We heard that there is a need for family-size housing, and as such, the plan recommends incorporating more 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units. And finally, recognizing that there is an affordability crisis in Pilsen, the plan recommends the vast majority of housing units be income restricted for households of lower income. The plan includes recommendations around our design excellence principles. In terms of building facade, the plan recommends a continuation of commercial uses along 18th Street at the southern edge of the site. It recommends a clear delineation between the base, middle, and top of buildings. It recommends the creation of ground floor rhythm through the arrangement of windows and doors, and the incorporation of integrated signage for commercial ground floor uses. In terms of building program, site design, and massing, the plan recommends building programs that include commercial uses, low to high density residential, and public and private open space, as well as massing that complements the adjacent buildings and considers access to light and air. And in terms of public realm, sustainability, and site design, the plan recommends programmable open space, sustainable landscaping, sustainable building design, and the use of energy efficient facade treatments. The plan contemplates a north a south-north phasing strategy with the first phase starting along 18th Street. The buildings that are contemplated for 18th Street have commercial ground floor spaces with structured parking behind, ground floor setbacks that are used to strategically create open spaces. And buildings that are over 50 feet in height include step back floors to create visual interest and rooftop amenity spaces. Phase 2, it represents a transition in density from the mixed use buildings in phase 1. It also includes a 25-foot linear park that spans the length of Peoria on the east side, and structured parking on the west of the buildings and surface parking along the alleys. Phase 3 includes a variety of different housing typologies. Shown here as C are townhomes, D are 6 flats, and then E are 3 flats. The 3 flats are meant to match the character of existing residential along Newberry Avenue. And then the townhomes and 6 flats are meant to provide density transition between phase 3 and phase 2 and 4. And then finally, phase 4 includes buildings that are over 60 feet in height, and it includes setbacks at the top floors to create rooftop amenity spaces, and structured parking at the first 2 levels. So the open space strategy, as I mentioned, incorporates elements of the trailhead park scenario and the linear park space. So as you can see here, we're contemplating programmable open outdoor rooms, connection to the planned Sangamon pedestrian trail, various gathering spaces, play lots, dog parks, bike paths, and as I mentioned, a linear park. And then in terms of private open space, we're contemplating the addition of green roofs and opportunities for murals. And then here's a look at what the entrance of the Trailhead Park might look like. So as you can see, there are opportunities for murals. There are several places for gathering, and it connects to the Sangamon Trail that is being planned. So the site currently has an elevated rail spur, and this is a look at what it might look like if we utilize the spur as part of the park. And this is looking south along that spur. And finally, this is what this is looking north along Peoria at the proposed linear park. So that concludes the presentation. I would like to thank our consultants, AECOM, Urban Works, and COO, as well as our partners in the 25th Ward Office. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you, James. Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Cox?
Yeah, I would, I see Alderman Cito Lopez is here as well. I just wanted to commend the planning team for such a collaborative and community-oriented piece. It's this is a very unusual process because this document will go on to inform the multiple future phases of development as the Department of Housing puts out its QAP round. But to have this level of community engagement and community buy-in, to have the aldermen helping to shape and lead what the future of this site is, this is a model for how planning in communities should be done. Again, it is advisory, but if the respondents to the opportunity sites look at this, they will already be ahead relative to what the community desires on that site. And so I just think that it's an interesting model. This is only the first step, but at least the community knows what's going to happen on the site. And they will be able to see their aspirations reflected on that site. So this is a very good start. And I just wanted to acknowledge the leadership of James Harris in shepherding this, the consulting team, AECOM, Cool Architects, Urban Works. This was a very good use of planning dollars, and I think it sets 18th and Peoria on a trajectory that probably could not even have been imagined 3 years ago. So I'm looking forward to the future phases, but compliments on a job well done.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Would Alderman Sucho Lopez like to make a comment on this?
Well, thank you. Yes, well, thank you, Commissioner Cox, and thank you to the team. I know James, the team, and DOH, as well as all the community members and the office, of course, of the 25th Ward for working together to make this a reality. You know, this was a long time coming. This the alternative was a 500 luxury unit complex, and where community will have a very little set. So. And now we have the opportunity to really shape up not only this the larger site for affordable housing in the city, but really the Pilsen community. So I want to thank all the collaborative work. I know this is work that doesn't happen unless there's really intentional work. So I want to thank the team for taking us to this place. Right, I know this is just a preliminary design. I just want to reiterate some of the things that are important for the community. Right. Affordable housing is a huge need, as you know, in the community. So having a 100% affordable housing site will be a welcome change. To like I said, what I mentioned was the alternative. And I also want to mention that it is also something that the community would like to see is how we can look into making these affordable housing lists available for families in the neighborhood who have been displaced or send their kids to our schools, local schools. We have issues of enrollment, as you know. So that's one of the things that people like to see for the record, right? Family-oriented development that can help us repopulate our public schools, that is really affordable housing to people in the community. I think that, this work of the community preference list is this is just the preliminary work of how we can make this work for the local community. But this is really promising, just the design, the collaboration, a community-driven process that I think is bearing good fruits of what, like Commissioner Cox mentioned, can be a model for the city in the larger side for affordable housing. So really excited. I know there's still open comments, for the next month or so, but I did want to share some of the main things that so the commission can is aware some of the goals that the community want to achieve. I know it's not only to be only for families. I know there's seniors, right? I know even local artists who mentioned also the need for affordable housing. So this is a large site, over 6 acres, where there's many possibilities. And I'm glad that we're taking full advantage, planning together with the community, listening to what the needs are. And again, the community preference list, how we can make this a local process for the waiting list. We have a huge list, as you know, in the community. The issue or enrollments in our school is really severe. We got schools nearby like Walsh and others that are have lost almost or over 40% of the enrollment. So we want to make sure that this side help us address some of the issues that we're dealing with and really maintain the social fabric. I know the residents mentioned how we can be creative on the design, making sure that it's culturally sensitive, that really is the gate to the Pilsen community, to the Latino community here in the 25th ward. So I just want to commend you for the wonderful. I know it's not an easy task. I know that we have multiple meetings and there's a lot of work still ahead of us, but this is promising in terms of the design. And I look forward to make sure that these details that we're going to be working on in the next few months continue to receive the feedback from the community. And like you said, can be a blueprint for what can be possible for affordable housing in the 25th ward and the city of Chicago. So thank you again.
Thank you, Alderman. Sounds like a very exciting project that we're all going to be following in the next few years. Any additional comments or questions from the commissioners? I know this has been a long meeting, but we don't want to, skip any comments on this. Nothing? Are we ready to leave? Keep going with our day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want, I don't know if, Madam Chair, whether James should restate how people will be able to comment on this, because it's going to be open for 30 days.
30 days, right?
People need to know how they can add their comments.
Yeah, is there a survey? Is there a website?
Yeah,
James?
we do have a project website up now. The plan will be posted on that website. And
what's the address?
It is chicago.gov/18th and Peoria.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey,
Great.
James, it's Noah. Is that in the presentation? If the plan commissioners need to get it, is that on like the last slide as an information piece or anything?
No, I'll update the presentation.
For
and send
future
it over.
versions, you might want to just
Yeah,
include
thank
that.
you.
That way, if they download the presentation, they can.
The link.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So this concludes this month's meeting of the Chicago Plan Commission. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Do I have a second?
Seconded by
Second.
Burnfield.
Thank you. Last roll call vote. Commissioner Biaggi, are you still here? No. Okay. Commissioner Brumfield?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett? I don't think so. Okay. Commissioner Cox? You said yes.
And thank you for a very smooth and productive meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Flores is a yes. Commissioner Murphy is not back. Commissioner Piñeiro is not back. Commissioner Soto, you're still here. Thank you. Commissioner Tillman, you're still here.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Tunney. Thank you. I mean, I don't think we have enough votes, but we're still leaving.
We have to
So-
stay.
Thank you, Commissioner Tunney, for coming back. We'd all have to sit here if he wasn't our sixth.
Yeah.
vote.
So have a good rest of the week, everyone. See
you.
you next month.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye.